Hello and welcome to day 2 of this year's Startup Expo. My name is Dr. Sandra Hofori and I'm going to be your moderator for today. Right on here, we're just going to move straight into the program itinerary, and we have a fireside chat with Mr. Folajimi Dayodu. He's the CEO of Vault Hill and a PhD candidate. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And with him, we have Mr. Anani Ebenezer. He is the pioneer behind this great Startup Expo. They are going to be talking about the future of gaming. That is blockchain, metaverse, and beyond, highlighting how startups are shaping the future of gaming and the opportunities in the gaming sector. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Sarah, thanks for the opportunity and thanks for the quick introduction. So Dauda, thanks very much for joining us. You're very great.
Thank you. I appreciate the time and thanks for having me. Super glad to be here.
Okay, that's awesome. So first, how is everything going with gaming? Choosing a career in gaming, the path in gaming is not an easy. Yeah, very challenging.
It's fun, man. Gaming. So my background is more in computer science and hardcore development and coding, right? And a few years ago, actually 3 years plus now, we started Vault Hill as a metaverse company. And I kid you not, in as much as the back end of the metaverse runs on game engines, I was one of those that refused to call our product a game. For some reason, I was like, nah, it's not gaming. And fast forward 3 years later, we actually have a gaming product on top of the metaverse. So I think I've quickly come to terms that, it is gaming and, the use cases are just very immersed, to everything we're trying to do within the organization and add impact and value to the society at large.
Wow. So how long have you been in the gaming industry and what inspired that?
So I'd say about 3 years now. What inspired it? So it's funny, right? My segue into gaming comes more from the blockchain side of gaming, right? So fast forward 2027, I was working at Barclays. So I led the divestment between Barclays and Absa in South Africa for about 2-3 years. And during a Christmas party, one of those years, a colleague of mine was talking about Bitcoin, XRP, Ethereum. And funny enough, I got into a colleague friend of mine a few years back introduced me to the UK stock exchange, and I lost some money. So when this dude was talking about Bitcoin and all of that, I was like, nah, I'm not sure about this. But it piqued my interest, right? So that evening, that weekend, I did some research and I stumbled on XRP, Ripple. And I think for me, Ripple was solving a cross-border problem. Being Nigerian, African, I could relate to it sending, and I was living in the UK at the time, I could relate to sending money back home with Western Union or MoneyGram, right? So when I saw XRP, I was like, hey, I went on eBay, I went to, buy some merch, and, that got me segue into blockchain gaming, right? Through Decentraland, through Somium Space, and then that got us to build our own metaverse, Vault Hill as well. So I think that's the evolution of how I got into gaming.
That's impressive. So let's quickly run to our chats. And we're focusing much on, for stats, we are going to go into blockchain and gaming.
Yeah.
So let's say if someone is joining us and the person is not much abreast with the terms, like blockchain and gaming and those things. Okay, so what will you explain? How will you explain it to maybe someone who have no idea about blockchain? What is blockchain technology?
So again, I try not to use the technical lingo when I'm explaining what we do, blockchain or gaming or all of that, because once you call the technical term, a non-technical person gets lost in translation, right? So, but for ease of use and for our audience, right, what is the blockchain? I simply explain it as an online spreadsheet. So it's literally a ledger that has transactions that cannot be tampered with, right? So imagine putting an online a spreadsheet, of Google worksheet on a Microsoft Excel on a Google Drive and sending that link to me, and I could see all your transactions and your history. That's basically the blockchain. Now that's categorized into public and private. A lot of what we call blockchain, or a lot of us know, Ethereum, Polygon, Mantra, all those other blockchains that are publicly accessible are public blockchains. Now, the blockchains, the like of, JP Morgan, a few institutional banks use are more private. So I can't really access their transactions, from my internet connection. I need a different layer of authentication. But technically, that's what the blockchain is. Now, if we now then say, hey, how does blockchain relate into gaming? I would say a number of things, right? The blockchain creates the layer of incentivization, which is rewards, right? So if you look at a game like Axie Infinity, which was quite popular in 2021, I think it picked about $1.2 billion to the Philippine economy. Really amazing game, right? How did the blockchain enable that? The blockchain was able to create a digital token or in-world currency that could have been exchanged that could have been exchanged on exchanges for real-world money, right? And that was how the blockchain was introduced to that game. So you play the games and you get incentivized with tokens, which are called Axies, for example. So the more time I spend there, the more tokens I amass and the more money I make. So if you look at folks in the Philippines, where I believe the average, living rate or living ratio is about, I think, $250 or $300 a month. Folks playing Axie Infinity were able to amass 300, 400, 20, 30% above the living wage in that, economy. So you can see how the blockchain through a game has increased the standard of living and also increased the economic activities within that country. So I'd say, in a nutshell, that is how blockchain can be used to enhance economies and drive incentives for rewards for people that participate.
That's impressive. Now let's go a little bit deeper. So basically, with the inclusion of blockchain into gaming, now people can even make money out of doing what they love.
Yeah.
Okay, that's impressive. Yeah. Now let's have a look at the potential applications of blockchain in gaming, such as DeFi, decentralized finance, NFTs, and how to play an AI model. So how do you integrate that in building games, and how does it work? Like, how do you go about those things?
Absolutely. So again, let's take it back with psychology and the human perspective, right?
Okay.
A lot of us have played Candy Crush, right? Now,
Yeah.
Candy Crush plays on your psychology to get you to spend money. So you start from level 1,
Yeah.
right? I think I stopped playing Candy Crush at level 200 and something because it was just too difficult,
Wow.
right? But in between those levels, there are times where you're playing a level and you literally have one more move to close that level, but you're out of moves. And then they go, hey, you could either buy this or wait for 24 hours to get a power up, right? Now, those power ups or those
Okay.
purchases are what you know as incentives to the gamer, right? Now, from a blockchain perspective, that could be the same, but rather than just calling it power ups, it's powered through the blockchain and there's a token behind it, right? So you could have 10 tokens. Every day you play, you log in, you get 5 tokens, right? Again, incentivizing user behavior for customer acquisition and customer retention. So very important metrics when you're thinking about building a game. How do I keep people coming and how do I get new users? And then also, it's not a charity game. How do you make money from it? What are your revenue
business aspect of it? Yeah.
Exactly. So that's where the whole, blockchain angle comes in. There are various concepts. You talked about DeFi. DeFi is decentralized finance. So how do you put things like yield farming, staking, all of this, again, a bit complex cryptocurrency techniques into gaming to ensure those three things are achieved, i.e., customer acquisition, customer retention, and revenue. And then you have NFTs, which are non-fungible tokens, where some games add NFTs, rare collections that you get to level 100 of a game, you get an unlimited NFT that gives you bragging rights, not necessarily financial, but it could be bragging rights. And with that bragging rights, you get access to the next game that comes, or you get access to some event that is only for VIPs, for example. So the whole cryptocurrency blockchain aspect of things has a wide array of incentives that people can tap into, but try not to talk about the technicalities and talk about the benefits. So you and I and the folks listening on this, listening to this event, would understand and appreciate the power of blockchain and gaming.
Okay, and now that's very, very important. And the business end of everything is the whole thing. Before you can set up these gaming platforms, build games and everything, there should be some money coming in. And gamers too, they should be able to earn some amount of money as they do what they love. Yeah. So now let's look at how can startups, since there is a Startups Expo, how can startups implement blockchain, let's say the gaming startups? How can, what's the potential? Why should they do it in the first place?
Again, it depends, right? It's not one size fits all, right? I think every startup needs to be individual in their own culture, their demographic, and all of that. If I take, for example, 40% of Africans are, under 18, right? You're talking about the Gen Z, and that demographic has a way of doing things, compared to baby boomers or millennials, right? So for a startup looking to incorporate gaming or blockchain into their startup ecosystem, again, it goes back to why. Why are you doing this? Is it because it's broke? Or, again, the question has to be asked, why? It still goes back to the same fundamentals of business. You need customers, you need paying customers, right? And you need to keep your customers coming back to pay. So once you're able to ask those questions and then look at what part of blockchain or gaming fits into that, then you're able to understand to say, hey, okay, I could do this. Now, a lot of things, and I fell into this mistake as well. When you start your startup, right? Depending on what product you're looking at, there are a couple of questions you need to understand about the market, right? One of it is channels of entry, right? So if you're doing a fintech product or a gaming product, for example, or let's stick with gaming, right? If you're building a gaming product, the question is, how do I want people to access my game? You have way more people on mobile phones and mobile internet than you have PCs and game consoles, right? So the first thing you're thinking about is critical mass, right? So you want to build something that can be accessible to mobile users, right? So now you've cut down or you slimmed down your segments and your funnels, right? Now you understand that, hey, these are the numbers between, a console, a PC, and mobile. Okay, I'm going to build for mobile, right? Okay. And then you start understanding that bracket as you go along. You need to also look at the culture. You need to look at the economy. You need to look at payments as well. If I'm building for Nigeria, I need to build in a Nigeria way, because if I bring a Western solution to a Nigerian problem, hey, I might just be wasting my time. I've seen that happen in Nigeria so many times that it's unreal. So you need to go down to the grassroots, understand your customers, speak to customers. I'm building this game. Would you guys like to try it? Go to schools, get schools to trial this game, prototype it. It doesn't have to be fully built. It doesn't have to be AAA, it doesn't have to be RPG, MMO. It could be just a simple educational game, but it's really, really important to understand the clientele, your customers, and then experiment, do A/B testing with them before, you start spending a lot of money on the game and the products and all of that.
So basically, building like an MVP version of whatever you plan to build.
100%.
Not going too extreme on it. Okay, that's cool. So now, just before this year, metaverse and metaverse was everywhere until AI came. Everything AI. That's the world we find ourselves in. But have a deeper look into metaverse. Since gaming, you cannot talk about gaming without talking about metaverse. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. So let's say, what is the metaverse and how will it impact the future of gaming?
Absolutely. So again, like I said at the start, the complex term metaverse in itself is like,
Yeah.
oh, what is this? You
No
know,
technical.
hey, exactly. Let's strip it back, right? So
Okay.
I define the metaverse as a virtual world or a virtual shared space, right? You know, that can be experienced
Okay.
in 3D. You know, you need an internet connection, you know, and all of that. Again, something very experiential. You know, think of Roblox, think of Fortnite, think of Vault Hill City, think
Yeah.
of, you know, Meta's Horizon, think of Spatial. Those are all metaverse platforms, right? You know, the ability
Yeah.
through avatars, you know, the ability to look like you're going for a boxing match, and right next you're looking like you're going for a job interview, and right next you're looking like you're going for a concert. That's the metaverse. Multiple personality,
Yeah.
multiple diversity, and all of that. You could be white today, you could be black tomorrow, you could be gay tomorrow, you could be, you know, again, you have that freedom of choice to reinvent yourself in the virtual world. You know, that comes with a lot of
Yeah.
benefits as well as challenges, right? You know, with every
Yeah.
technology. So I say that that is what the metaverse is. And you know, if you start putting numbers around it, you know, in the UAE, for example, a year and a half ago, the government in the UAE announced, you know, creating 40,000 jobs in the metaverse for 2030. You know, huge. The Philippines, you know, Bahamas has a embassy in the metaverse as well, where you could apply for visas. You know, so the real world
Really?
cases, yeah, absolutely. The
Wow.
real world cases of the metaverse are immense. I keep saying to people, the metaverse is technically the same thing like real life, with the difference of you can't sleep in it, you can't eat in it. Anything you could do today, like this conversation, this event, can be done in the metaverse, right? Sending me money
Yeah.
for payments can be done in the metaverse. Buying a house can be done in the metaverse. Viewing a house can be done in the metaverse, you know. So it's very interesting, very, very interesting.
Yeah. One movie that gave like clear impact on metaverse is this game Ready Player One. I don't know
Yes.
if you watched that movie. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So if,
I mean,
yeah, if you
anyone
watch
building a
that
metaverse should have
movie,
watched it.
yeah, if you have interest in metaverse, try watch that movie. Ready Player One. Ready Player One. You get the picture correctly with that movie. So just that it can link to a very dystopian lifestyle and all those kind of stuff. Yeah, get sucked into
Absolutely.
it. Yeah, that's one key point with metaverse. And one news that made impact, I think, back to last 2 years was Facebook rebranding their whole parent campaign into Meta, just to kind of focus on the metaverse space, building projects in the metaverse space. It was getting a lot of attention. And so OpenAI came in and they just blew everything away. And everybody saying AI, AI, AI. Yeah,
Hey, those are
that's
technology cycles for you, man. That's exactly
yeah,
what happens with technology cycles. It's very interesting space, you know. I mean, even
yeah,
Meta, they're actually working on AI as well. They have like 3, 4 different
yeah,
AI models themselves. So, you know, change is constant.
yeah, with technology and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how can startups create immersive and social gaming experiences within the metaverse?
So I think it's a number of ways, right? You know, when we talk about the metaverse, we're talking about immersive technology, right? That could be in the form of AR, which is augmented reality. So if you use Snapchat, for example, Instagram filters, you know, that is technically AR, you know, where you're able to put a cat, you know, on your face,
Yeah,
you know, when you're able to do all of that, that is literally AR. And then we have, you know, a more immersed version, which is virtual reality, where you're able to, you know, immerse yourself like you are in a different world. You're in a different atmosphere. You're, you know, you could be in Canada right now for all intents and purposes, but being in Dubai at the same time, so that is the benefit of the metaverse itself, or VR in itself. And if you look at content creation, if you look at the benefits of startup putting immersive experiences in their solution, it just aids retention. The other day, Hugo Boss did a campaign with a good friend of mine, T-Bolt from Exclusible, where they were launching a new line of products, and Exclusible built a Hugo Boss experience in spatial, right? Now, part of the metrics they measured was, if they did this on a website, right, is the time the time spent on the website versus the time
like the
spent in the
retention.
Yes, exactly, the retention time. What they found out was it was retention on the metaverse, because what they did in the metaverse was they made it so interactive, and they put a game and a quest there to say, hey, get Hugo Boss coins, in the first, 30 seconds or the first minute. Now, I'm already engaged. I'm going to be there for a minute already. But if I'm on a website, I'm going to be like clicking, 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 and I'm like, oh, okay, this is the new collection. Okay, done. But in the metaverse, I'm like, wow, okay, this spinning, new top, or this new shoes, like I could experience quite a lot, right? It's really, really immersive. So those are part of the benefits a startup can incorporate the metaverse with.
Okay, and what potential, let's say, challenges do you see in this space with startups integrating with metaverse?
I'd say funding, right? Building a metaverse is expensive, right? 70% of startups in the Middle East have said, funding is a major barrier. Let's not even go into Africa, but the cost to develop is expensive, whether you're building an Unreal Engine or Unity, for example. The cost of the hardware, if you're going for VR, the Oculus headset, now the Apple Vision Pro, which is what, like $2,000 or $3,000. There's rumor they're bringing a cheaper price point device. But when you start to think of all of this, you need a minimum of like $5,000 for just to test an experience in the metaverse, that's fully immersed. So I'd say, funding is definitely one of the key challenges. I think another challenge is, the technology. The barrier to entry, while it's not so significant, but the operational cost can be. You're talking about licenses, you're talking about 3D assets, you're talking about expertise in those 3D game development tools, whether it's Unity or Unreal. Because if you hire a Unity developer, the programming language behind Unity is not the same with Unreal. So it's not like hiring a full stack developer or a Java developer. It's way different. So I'd say those are the two barriers or challenges startups will face within the metaverse space.
So basically funding.
Funding, correct. Funding and technology, technological know-how.
Okay, so the knowledge and the funding.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so, and currently most economies are struggling. Our next section, we will touch more on how startups can mitigate those paths. So startups should try and join the next section. So now let's have a second look at what are the what we say the emerging trends, the emerging technologies that are coming into the gaming space right now.
Yeah, you touched on it, right? AI. Everyone's talking about AI, right?
Okay.
Every startup has AI on their website now. AI driven, AI powered, AI game.
Basically, if they are selling anything, they'll be like AI pen. Yeah, basically. Yeah,
exactly. So I think AI is definitely one of those where we need to understand the experience. If I look at the African VR market, it's $5 billion strong. However, when we start to look at how we put in some of this AI, VR, AR experiences into learning, into gaming, we start to understand these are how we we put in some of these trends into this emerging and exciting funnels around. Again, in South Africa, for example, Sea Monster, they use AR to create immersive learning content, which again, drives retention. Statistics show that 26% of folks that use VR to learn have a higher retention rate than the average folk. So that is one of those ways.
Why would that be? And what do you think VR, let's say if someone is using VR or maybe some gaming form of content to study,
yeah,
how does that impact retention during study?
We're all visual creatures, right? If you read something, right, in words, and you watch something, like if I asked you Home Alone, please tell me you've watched Home Alone before.
Yeah, I've watched. Yeah.
Exactly, right? You could easily tell me what Home Alone is about, right? I.e., Christmas, some kid was left in the house, and
Okay.
like you could tell me.
It's point. Yeah,
you get me. But if you read Home Alone on a book, for example, like you're going to be struggling to pick out the context of the whole story, right? Same with virtual reality, right? Because it's so immersive, right? It makes you move away from where you are to somewhere else, right? So you're already thinking, oh, snap, man, like I'm not in virtual reality all the time. So you cherish those experiences. And the brain does that as well, right? It makes you remember that this is different from every other experience you've had.
Yeah, that's really true. Now, and also let's look at finally the markets, the gaming markets.
Yeah,
the gaming markets. Since just recently, Microsoft were after Activision Blizzard. I don't know if you heard about that story.
Yep.
They bought a company. There were a lot of struggles, lawsuits, and a whole lot. But they threw a huge amount of money on that gaming company, billions of dollars, that even raised concerns about competition in the market. So how do you see the future? Let's say an investor or someone or a startup who wants to get into gaming.
Yeah.
How profitable is the industry?
I mean, hey, let's look at the market size. In Africa alone, we're talking about, the gaming market to be projected to be about, more than $500 billion by 2026. Saudi Arabia, for example, they just concluded a esports gaming tournament, and they're investing north of $38 billion into gaming, right? So it's a no-brainer. Like I'm in Saudi Arabia next week, and 2 of my meetings are on our gaming products. So you can tell the sheer nature of how Saudi Arabia is like, hey, anything gaming, let's go. We want to know about it. How can we make this, on the world scale? So the market is immense. It's huge, really, really huge.
Okay, that's awesome. So can you educate us or tell us about Vault Hill, your projects and the games that you're building as we bring this section to an end?
Absolutely. So Volta is we pride ourselves now as solving human-centric problems with futuristic technology. And what do I mean by that? Again, let's dumb it down, let's simplify. You're in an emerging economy like, Africa, for example. You want to earn an extra, living, for example, Volatile Games is there, the tournaments, the prize money, and all of that. You have a new website, you want to get analytics and have a 24/7 customer service representative. We have Hilda that can be customized as a chatbot, and then we also have the virtual world Volatile City. So with all of this experience with game AI, VR tied to it, that is the backbone and the core of Volatile. And also we have a utility token called VHT launching in a few weeks as well. So again, that is going to be underpinning the economy of Volatile, from a reward and utility perspective.
Okay, that's awesome. Let's say, but are you open to investments?
Yes, so we're currently doing a seed round, and then moving into a private round at the moment. A lot of that information can be found on volatile.ai. We're quite visible on Telegram, Twitter, Instagram. We're everywhere. So reaching us is not a challenge.
Okay, that's awesome. Please, your final words as we bring this whole session to an end.
Hey, it's been insightful. Thank you very much for allowing me to share nuggets and insights with startups and anyone that has found what I've said useful. I think the parting word here is with everything you do it well and ensure it's impactful. Think of what you are doing and how can you create impact and value, not just for yourself, for the next person, and that multiplies itself and itself. But thank you very much. I appreciate the time, and yeah, all the best.
Okay, thanks very much for your time. We are very grateful and such an insightful moment with you. All that we say is thank you, and
Thank you.
wish you the best of luck in your gaming journey.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yeah. Sandra.
Yes, thank you so much. This has been very insightful. And I know that we have learned a lot that we have to. Next on the line is Mr. Ami Grover. He is the founding partner and CEO of Grover Impact Ventures. He's going to be talking on researching, prove your startup, underperforming valuations and a decreasing appetite for investment are challenging for startups. Explore how to navigate this landscape. So if Mr. Ami Grover is on here.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, guys.
Oh, superb. So thank you so much for being here, sir. And the floor is yours.
Great. So I'm just going to kind of present some slides that would probably help you understand what I do. So let me see how I can present.
Okay.
Slides, computer, upload file, desktop. Open. Can you, yeah, it's coming. Can you see it's still processing?
Yeah, okay, it will come. Let's give it a moment.
Yeah. So it's interesting being a venture capitalist and an entrepreneur. I thought that the flavor of the time right now is obviously everybody is, kind of struggling with their capital raise. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world where it's kind of headed. So I thought that, amongst everything else, let me take this opportunity, purely as an investor, talking about what's really happening right now on the global climate and what should ventures do. Is there recession coming along? People have a mixed bag of thoughts. Some people say yes, some people say no. So I thought from my perspective, because I operate businesses in over 6 countries, and we've got quite a good hold of, talking to ventures, talking to investors, talking to incubators, accelerators, the government, as well as, private and public stakeholders. So we've got quite a holistic view on, what's really happening all the way from the United States right down to Asia Pac, as well as the Middle East. So let me jump in and kind of take the floor and speak. It's going to be a short, very concise and very brief outlook that I'm going to share, pretty much like what I do. I don't like to tell stories. I'm ready to
just straight to the point. Yeah.
So
okay.
let me
I'll be leaving. Okay,
yeah.
So if you are joining this section, be sure to take some notes because a lot of information is about to drop from this section. So take some notes, get a book, get a pen, take some notes. This is a study platform. Samit, what you?
Perfect. So how do I get the slides going? Yeah, there you go. So we are going to talk about the venture. It's kind of disappeared. We're going to talk about the venture landscape and talk about whether there's a recession coming along, So the three things I'd like to basically talk about, short and concise. Something about myself. Now, you often wonder when mentors and panelists and speakers speak to startups about certain agendas or certain topics, what gives them the right and the experience and the bandwidth to speak on those subjects, and what's their demonstrated success and track record. I like to speak that way because even when I'm choosing startups for investment, track record and functional skills are something that I put quite high up on the list, more than the concept, more than the vision, because execution is the key, right? I mean, if you don't have the skills to execute something, it doesn't matter if it's the best vision in the world. You'll anyway kind of fall apart. We're going to talk a bit about the market overview, global, and then breaking it into regions. And then, in my opinion, what should ventures do in this climate? So, what do I do? So I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've had a very, very long career. I run one of the largest intellectual property focused advisory practice where we work with Australian and New Zealand small, medium businesses and help them build IP, structure IP, and monetize IP, both in local and international markets. We've been doing it over 15 years. We operate in New Zealand, Australia, Singapore, Dubai, London, and Amsterdam. We've got a pretty broad, regional focus and regional footprint. We work with over 400 ventures, completely sector agnostic. In our 16 years of history, we've done some massive large-scale projects in India and China. So we've got a pretty kind of good hold of what's really happening on the ground with partnerships that can accelerate ventures. That's my advisory practice. I also own 3 venture capital funds that pretty much works in agri-science, food science, addressing food security and climate technology as verticals. My venture capital arms are based in Europe, Luxembourg, namely Singapore and the UAE. And we bootstrap investments in IP-backed food science and IP-backed agri-tech. IP is absolutely essential for us to take an investment in ventures. Our model is not a venture building model, but more accelerating your IP. For example, if you're an innovator that have a patent or an IP on a technology, what we basically do is invest in you if you find that IP worthy enough of investment and use that investment to market validate that IP. And once we achieve that stage, we divest it to a large company that can take the IP and commercialize that to the end customer. This comes out of believing quite strongly in people sticking to their core competence. So we like innovators being innovators and commercializers being commercializers and not mixing those roles up. So that's the venture capital arm. I've been a board member and mentor at some very large organizations, both in the UAE and in New Zealand. I sit on the board of some very large government-owned incubators and accelerators that accelerate over 3,000 to 4,000 ventures a year within the Middle East. I also am a mentor at the Founders Institute, which is a global body, and I sit on the board of the Chambers of Commerce of the ANZ Bank. My colleagues and friends who are familiar with Australia and New Zealand would know that ANZ Bank is the largest bank in that part of the world that stands for Australia and New Zealand Bank. They manage trillions of dollars of assets and retail banking, and they've got a Chambers of Commerce. I'm currently the chairman of the Chambers of Commerce in my second year term of the total 4-year term. So that's my board positions. I actually come from an exhaustive Fortune 500 experience. I've worked in some of the largest CPG consumer packaged brands in the world, driving British American Tobacco, Lavazza Coffee Company, and Pernod Ricard. So I come from that kind of a leadership experience. I'm distinguished with an international full-time MBA from New Zealand, Victoria University, that's based in the capital city of New Zealand, Wellington. I did a full-time MBA there. I've worked in many destinations over 4 continents, starting from South Asia to Asia Pacific to Europe and the UK, and now the Middle East. So, got quite a good, solid global experience for the last 25 to 26 years and actively driving businesses. So that's me. And that's what I feel gives me the right to talk about the subject that I'm about to talk to you Let's move forward. So let's talk about a market overview. What's really happening right now in the venture capital funding? So it's not a good picture, guys. I mean, that's for certain. If you're following the news, if you're following reports on a quarter-to-quarter basis or a year-on-year basis, you get quite a good view. In terms of North America, funding is down by 27%. Asia Pacific is even worse. The funding is down by about 40%. Globally, funding and VC exits are down by 20%. And this is primarily due to lack of exits that are happening, lack of IPOs happening, lack of mergers and acquisition deals happening. That is, that plays a pivotal role in the investment appetite, because investors like myself and others invest to get a great exit. Now, that exit happens in two ways. Number one, the ability of a founder to take their venture through multiple rounds of capital raise so that people like me who fuel early stage investments can come out at a certain round, which is typically Series A or Series B, and make my money on that. So there's been a huge lack of that happening, and which is obviously creating that level of pressure where investors are getting very cautious right now on investing on ventures. Among other tensions like the global recession looming around, there's been a huge sell-off of equities in the American market, where Berkshire Hathaway has been offloading a lot of stock, which is one of the largest players in that line. And also, the wars happening in the world, supply chain disruption. So there are a lot of global forces right now at play, which is making investors quite cautious. However, in this gloom and doom environment that early stage ventures and venture capitals are facing, Europe is showing quite a bit of stability at a 12% growth, and that's pretty much because if anybody who understands the European market, when I mean the European market, I rarely refer to Germany, France, Netherlands, and the Nordics. Some very fundamentally strong markets. If you look at them, number one, they're quite logical and practical in their approach to both ventures, to funding, to exits, and to driving investments. They take a very conservative approach compared to the US. Which is the most bullish when it is. So I think that's kind of helped Europe still maintain growth in startup funding as compared to other regions. One region which I am based in and which is absolutely blowing up, it's a small region in comparison with Europe and America, but looking at the size and looking at the capital they manage, this region is actually the only region in the world showing 113% growth. I mean, it is going absolutely mad with the amount of funding coming in, with international funds coming and registering themselves, with startup funding happening. Just to give you an idea of why I'm talking about this, I sit on the board of the largest government-owned accelerator and incubator that works with startup in 14 different industries. I look at the tech part of it, and when we look at ventures coming through, the pipeline of ventures coming through the UAE for both funding and building their companies in this part of the world, which is the United Arab Emirates and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has gone up by literally 400 to 500%. Last year, we saw about 2,500 ventures. This year, already before the year ended, we are sitting on about 6,500 to 7,000 ventures. So this is just a snapshot of what's really happening in the region right now in the world. In my expert opinion, for whatever experience I have, if there's a region to go and raise capital and a region to grow your venture, it's the UAE. Eyes closed, jump in, guys. So that's what's really happening in terms of a market overview. Now, going down to what do you really do with a venture? Now, there are many, many steps that you can take when the funding climate is not really on your side. But I've kind of pointed out 6 very important aspects from my perspective that I feel every venture should genuinely look at. Number one, you want to find a lot of competition. When there is less money, there's a lot of ventures trying to get hold of that money. So the pool of ventures that you're up against, or the number of ventures right now reaching out to venture capitalists like myself to be able to raise capital is insane amount of numbers. And that's kind of creating a lot of pressure, both in terms of the analysis of those ventures and obviously the competition that you're up against. So that's what we are seeing, that there are lesser investment available and crazy amount of ventures trying to get that investment. Longer fundraising. Now, we've been kind of noticing that for the last few quarters, that the cycle of fundraising or the evaluation and the analysis that people like me, with our team is doing on ventures have kind of really slowed down. And that's to a certain extent is we are getting a lot of pressure from our LPs. LPs mean limited partners, those people that invest money in our fund so that we can, invest in ventures. So that's kind of slowing down. People are getting more cautious. The level of due diligences are going up to the next level, where there are very tough questions getting asked in terms of the capability of the founders, their track record, that how do we trust this founder with our money? The idea is great, but do they have enough track record in life to be able to deliver and kind of carry out what they're saying that they can? So those things are happening. So the long fundraising rounds are literally getting double, triple. So just to give you an example, a typical term sheet. So when we are interested in a venture to invest money in, we basically sign a term sheet with them that has various terms and conditions that we do due diligence on. Basically trying to dig into the venture, dig into the founders, and understand whether this investment is really right for us or not. That process, during the pandemic, like 21, 22, would probably take about 4 to 5 months. Today, we are looking at 8 to 9 months before we give an answer to startups. So that's what I'm seeing globally happen. Reduced valuation. Now, this is obviously, there's been a huge market correction with valuations. Now, valuation is an interesting topic because, and it's not a generic topic. Let me tell you that. What you find, markets like North America drive in terms of their enterprise value is much higher or much more bullish than the European Union or Asia Pacific, where valuation seems to be more conservative in nature. But having said that, right now, it's record low. I think most ventures are facing literally a 30 to 40% drop in valuations, which is creating a lot of pressure. I'll tell you why. Because A, that's kind of lowering their value of the company. But B, think about early stage investors that are backed you, and now all their value has been wiped out with low valuation. Now you're going in the market for the next round where a lot of these people have lost a lot of value in terms of the money that they put in on a higher valuation. So I think that's creating a lot of pressure on founders to be able to raise capital in favorable terms. And that's not really happening right now. So right now, if you've got a great venture, it's the investors market. Whoever's sitting with cash, trying to get a deal, it's the time for good deals if people are making good deals. But generally, I think startups have to be very, very realistic about how they value themselves, and go forward with their capital raise. I think there is a large focus, not only myself, but I think generally in the world on profitability. I mean, gone are the days that you're selling this whole customer acquisition strategy that I'm going to raise capital, burn a lot of money in the name of marketing and customer acquisition, and that's how I'm going to push up valuation. That's history. Nobody's buying into it. The party's over. I think there's a certain level of realism that's come in, that your business has to be structured in a way to drive its own profit and growth. Like, our parents and our grandparents, built businesses. They didn't build a business thinking that I'm going to get into it and sell out in 5 years and make my money. They built business because they wanted to create value in society. They wanted to create long-term economic value, create employment, and have a company that stands by generations. So I think that kind of realism and focus on profit and sustainable growth and financial prudence, where you're kind of looking at a good financial management system that has you working on a lean operation, not spending too much of money, conserving money, and being very careful on the areas that you spend so that you can drive growth and drive bottom line and profitability. And trust you me, the companies that are driving profitability through revenue are very, very appetizing for investors to give them favorable terms on. So I think there's definitely a focus on profitability, at least for me and some of the people that I know across the world. There's a lot of emphasis on traction. And what does that really mean? Definitely revenue growth. So everybody is saying that don't sell us the concept that only when you give us money and we'll burn through that money can we achieve revenue growth. No. Find out interesting ways, innovative ways, and a low-cost mechanism to get more market traction, acquire more customers in an innovative way, and really drive the life cycle of your venture from one quarter to the next quarter in terms of positive revenue growth. And those ventures that are reporting month on month or quarter on quarter positive growth in terms of revenue with using very little investment and being very creative about their customer acquisition, I think are receiving very good reception from venture capitalists and other funding instruments. And the last thing that I'd like to kind of end this session with is, look, mate, I mean, the reality is that you don't raise capital and dilute equity for the sake of it. Try to get to a great stage in your fundraising. I would say, if you can, do not raise capital till you absolutely need to, because that dilutes your value. Try to hold on to your equity and your value as long as you can, especially in these times where you're not going to get a good deal. You'd probably give away much more than you want to give away, and you're going to regret later on. So bootstrapping is the way to go about it. Try figuring out interesting, innovative ways to bootstrap your startup. Take it to a stage where it gets very appetizing for investors. Prove your market value, achieve your market validation, and get your product out there so that investors, when they see it, that, hey, you achieve great things with the product on your own. And look, like I always say that, the reality of the situation is that why should I take a punt on you when you're not ready to take a punt on yourself? As simple as that. Gone are the days that you come with a concept and walk out with a check. Like I said, the party is over. I think a lot of people want you to take the risk if it's your venture, and they need to know what kind of risk are you taking. And also, sometimes venture capital might not be the only logical way to drive your fundraising. There are grants that you can kind of embark on. There's debt financing. If your balance sheet is strong and you've built a startup that's doing revenue and doing profitability and can service a debt, why would you liquidate stake when you can take on debt and grow it to the next round? And a lot of other alternative funding mechanisms are available today rather than diluting shares to a venture capital. So I think that's what I feel the 6 basic areas entrepreneurs should focus on right now, because it's going to be a tough climate going ahead. And, that's what we feel, from our expertise, that what a company, a startup should do. So I'll end my presentation there, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have, or go back to any slide if you'd like to kind of speak about that slide. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, that's a great presentation, and we thank you. But there are a few questions that we would like you to touch on.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so the first question is, are there alternative funding sources? Let's say currently you're talking about recession and bad economy and all that. Are there alternative funding sources that startups can explore during these times that they find themselves in?
Sure. So like I said, that you can access a lot of grants. Like, for example, if you're in the United States and you're a startup venture, depending on where you are incubated, whether if you're in a part of the university ecosystem, which a lot of startups are, you can access a grant from the university if your startup, is eligible for it. The government has a lot of grants to support startup in the early stages. Plus, there are a lot of startup pitch competitions that you can, take part in. There are a lot of corporate grants available at a private level. Large companies, like the Unilevers of the world or the Nestle's of the world, even Microsofts of the world and Apples of the world, run these grants that you can access. So there are multiple funding sources. You don't have to go to venture capitalists. You don't have to go to angel investors, that one can access over and above your family and friends and your savings.
Okay, that's great. Grants, basically, startups will take advantage of grants.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Now the next question that we have is, what strategies can help startups to optimize the operations and reduce costs since you cannot be spending, let's say,
So
you have a ton of money.
so yeah, like I said, that you need to look at your operations and a very prudent financial management system in play. You can use a lot of AI and technology to be able to do mundane tasks for you. Today, with cloud computing and cloud accounting softwares and a lot of other resources that you can embark on, one can substantially reduce your cost of running an operation. Obviously, people are in a tough time, so they understand that they cannot operate the same way that they did when the times were good. So I think given the time, they will have to adapt their business to a very lean method, where you got to be careful about who you're hiring, how much you're paying, what you're getting out of it, and obviously plan a decent runway before the times change. Because you need to survive, right? If you don't survive, it doesn't really matter when the times change. So I think survival is key. So in order to survive, you will have to, number one, run a very lean operation, which means less people with maximum impact. More people do more things. A founder wears many hats. Your employees have to step into that role as well and do multiple things, which is even beyond their kind of key requirements. Number two, you need to have a stellar financial management system to stretch whatever money you have to the longest possible time that allows you to survive when the times get okay. So I think lean operations along with a very prudent financial management system is the key to be able to be relevant, survive, and then fundraise from there on.
Okay, that's key. Lean operations, which will definitely cause maybe unemployment.
Yeah,
just like what mostly, just like what happened, like what happened with SpaceX.
Let's get one thing very clear. A startup is not in the business of philanthropy, and the startup is not in the business of trying to make a world a better place. If you go down that street, your startup will cease to exist. The idea of a startup is to make enough money that they can survive, and then they can go to the second stage of their evolution. It's different for a non-for-profit organization or a social enterprise that pretty much, survives on grants and charities. Even they are reduced in these times. So, everybody has to kind of first look at how do I survive before achieving any other agenda that might be in your mind.
Okay, that's perfectly said. Even the big companies, they do some layoffs.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. So the next question we have is, how can startups improve their profitability and cash flow during recession?
I think the very straightforward answer to that is reduce costs. So, I mean, the more costs you can reduce in various areas of your startups, whether it's operations, marketing, sales, finance, legal, or whatever your startup is all about, or tech, to whatever degree that you can reduce your expenses, your profit goes up. And like I said in my presentation, that one needs to obviously find innovative and low-cost ways of acquiring new customers and getting new clients, depending on what your startup is all about, whether it's a product or a service. And that's key, because in recession, you need to spend less and have double the impact. So reduce expenses, whatever they might be. I can't generalize that because every startup is different. And basically get more out of what you're spending. So have innovative ways of delivering to your customers and acquiring new customers.
Wow, that's impressive. Okay, so that's all the question we have, and we would like to say a big thank you for spending time with us. Yeah, sure. And this key information you shared is high level, and I believe the audience are taking good notes, and probably we'll make some adjustments in how we run our startups.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you are, please proceed.
Yeah, I'm saying if there are any more questions, because this is a very important topic, right? I mean, if there's no money, so I would have heaps of questions coming, on this topic. But look, I think one thing I'd like to leave all your startups with before ending is genuinely start looking at the Middle East. because
Okay.
Dubai and the UAE, not just Dubai, but the UAE is doing things that are insane in terms of startup funding, in terms of startup growth. I personally feel that, gone are the days that you look at traditional markets like the US and Europe. I think the new areas emerging, new regions emerging, and as a startup into artificial intelligence, machine learning, or blockchain, or decentralized, I mean, the whole decentralized finance game, from crypto to blockchain to neobanks to tokenization to gaming, Dubai is taking it to levels that the world is yet to see. I mean, it's insanity happening here. So if you can come here, and you would be pleasantly surprised with the results that you get.
Okay. So if you are joining, that's Mr. Mick Grover, a venture capitalist based in the UAE. So be sure to connect with him. If you're watching from the screen, you can see his LinkedIn profile there. You can connect with him. And let's say if you need an introduction, I can do that as well. So thanks very much for joining. And Mr. Mick, thanks very much for your time. We're very grateful.
Super. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Get ready as prepare for our next section. That will be the most talked about section. We are going to look at fintech, digital payments, a panel discussion that will give you a deep insight about fintech, everything that you need to know. So get ready as we bring on stage the key panel members that will be giving us this insight with years of experience in the industry. So without further ado, I'll introduce our panel members to the stage.
Super. Thanks, Anand. Shall I take over?
Thanks for take over.
Super. Shout out to Amit Grover for kicking things off today and giving us a little bit of context of exploring a complex landscape. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody logging in. I'm Florent, and I'm moderating today's panel, so it's not really that important what my name is. The important people in this room, in this virtual room, George and Dario and Anand will be continuing to join us as well. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the topic of fintech and entrepreneurship and the insights our panelists, George Hauer and Dario Bianchi, along with Anand, will share their lived experience and their professional experience. So some introductions. George is a seasoned executive with a background in digital banking and fintech, having led N26's expansion, and now he's advising on digital transformation and compliance. So welcome, George. Dario brings over 20 years, 2 decades of global experience in digital product innovation, most notably driving digital innovation and growth at MTN Ghana and at Vodafone. And Anand is a familiar face, founder and organizer of this event. But George, we can maybe start with you and then we can pass it on to Dario to kick things off. But a brief intro, and can you tell us a little bit of a trending topic that you are very interested in and that's keeping you up at night? Let's start over there.
Absolutely. So first of all, thanks a lot for having me. Great pleasure to be here. As you mentioned yourself, I've built 2 fintechs over the past 8 years, one in digital banking, where I was focused also on payments, and one on bank infrastructure. So I've seen banking banking and payment from quite a few different angles. And I think there are a few real mega trends that are becoming more and more prominent nowadays. And one is a trend that everyone feels they know about it, which is AI, but the impact of this trend might be slightly different than many people expected right now in digital banking. What I personally see is that the biggest changes that we're going to see in AI, in digital payment, is likely not going to be on the interface of what people are seeing, but rather on the infrastructure. So in fact, the two areas that likely are going to be the most disruptive are all the back office banking processes, including the entire operations piece, fraud prevention, but also the customer service operations. That's everything that the customer will not necessarily see on the surface when they pay in a store or online, but this is something that is going to make a payment overall faster, cheaper, and more secure. And that is essentially also what's driving the payment adoption on a global scale. There are a few other trends that I'm happy to go into today. Just to give you a few snapshots, I think probably one of the biggest relevant trends beyond AI is likely the fact that more and more people are actually going to have access to digital payment methods, which in the West might not really be perceived as a big thing. But the fact that so far about 2.3 billion people had access to digital payments on a global scale, and this number will likely double within less than a decade, is quite mind-boggling and might offer the opportunity for a lot of new business models around the world, including in emerging markets, but also in the unbanked populations in industrialized societies.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thought. George, you mentioned AI a few times, and I think the previous speaker, I'm sure yesterday, and in my own life, AI is touching on many different aspects. So the current trend, AI fraud detection, really big. It's being adopted in a bunch of different places. But let me pick on another trend that's been around for some time, equally important, maybe even more. That's ESG. Now, there's a significant shift, and I'm going to try to point this to Dario over here. A lot of startups are focusing on ESG. Investors, stakeholders, customers, very interested in environmental, societal, and governance factors. And is this attracting more investor attention, especially as consumers are demanding more CSR? Now, Dario, given your extensive expertise in digital transformation, are these key factors in not just digital fintech startups, but startups in general in this space?
So, first of all, good morning or good evening. Let me just quickly introduce myself. I'm Dario. Today is a bit of a special day for me because it's my last day, my last official day actually as Chief Digital Officer of MTN Ghana. So on Monday I will start a new adventure. I'm currently in Malaysia actually, and on Monday I will start as Chief Product Officer for Mind Valley. That is an ad tech company working on personal growth. So it's a complete change of continent, industry, everything. So it's a bit of a special day. So I'm glad to be here today to have this session with you on this special day. So yes, I mean, like for me, there are a lot of trends, I would say, in the startup environment right now. For sure, ESG is one of them, and I'll give you my experience. I spent more than 5 years now in Ghana, so my experience is mainly around Ghana, Africa, West Africa, and Africa. And so ESG, yes, it is a thing, but of course, in Africa, it's more like you use ESG also to drive investment into the startup. So, for example, there are a lot of startups, especially in West Africa, around the agri-tech, and that's an area where you can combine somehow also ESG and business. Another big trend, again linked to ESG, is around the credit system. Okay, so there's a company, for example, I still remember in Kenya, that they offer a substitute for coal. So in Africa, there are still many communities where you cook with coal and with charcoal, actually. So this company provides families with a small gas stove, and they basically offset part of the cost with the environmental credits. So there's a lot of links around ESG and startups, of course. Some other areas again in the continent is around that are driving growth beyond ESG is, of course, the fact that internet is still relatively in its early days. So the last 5 years, as part of my role as Chief Digital Officer, my role was also to drive customers to use more internet. And I mean, if you look at the latest results that MTN published, I think was like a week ago now, we have around almost 200 million customers in total, out of which only 150 actually use data. So there's a huge potential, and this growth of customers starting using data is like helping the growth of new startups, because more and more customers have now access to data and to internet. There's something also specific about startups in Africa is that a lot of startups, they try, and many succeed, to copy maybe something that exists in Europe, and then they copy it in Africa. An example is Jumia, that is an e-commerce platform in the continent. They took the Amazon model, let's say, and then somehow customize it for the continent. But then there are other startups that actually look at specific problems that exist in the continent that don't exist anywhere else. And that's an example of how fintech and mobile money actually started in Africa. The point, the idea of having a huge unbanked population, a lot of people who move from the countryside, from the rural areas to the big cities. They want to send money from home to their families, and they were using airtime credit. And then this became then M-Pesa, and then M-Pesa became basically what is now fintech and what is Momo for MTN. So that's an example of a startup, or at least used to be a startup. Now it's a huge industry. It's a huge company that basically took a specific problem that is present largely only in Africa or in developing countries, and then made a big business out of it.
Yeah. So Dario, I want to press you a little bit. First of all, congratulations on your move and your new adventure. But we had a few conversations, and I'm pretty sure there's folks from all over the world. You had some geographic analysis, which was very interesting. And earlier, Amit talked about the Middle East and how it's expanding. Obviously, digital payments is a pressing topic. So 2 pieces of invite, and I'll ask you, Dario, if you can react to them over here. McKinsey said 15% of annual growth forecast in Africa's digital banking sector is going to increase. That is what was expected in annual growth. Mobile internet access, financial inclusion initiatives are on the way up. However, as you're going into a new market, apparently fintech, and in terms of aggressiveness, is not the same in Europe and Asia as you may have experienced in emerging markets. Now, give us something to learn, maybe some insights about emerging markets and fintech, Africa and Middle East, versus maybe some of the other markets that are matured in a different way, in a different path.
Yeah, so the way, as I was saying, the way fintech, or how we call it, before fintech used to be just called mobile money, because the idea was that you could move your money. That was the main need, and this started around 2007, 2008 in Kenya. Imagine a place, a country, a continent where people don't have bank account, but they move around and they need to send money from one place of the country to another. And the only thing they have in their hands is what we call in Ghana yam phone. That is a very basic 2G phone. Okay, that's the environment. You have a 2G phone. Internet doesn't exist. You work in Nairobi. You work in Accra. You work in Lagos, and you have to send money to your mom who is still in the village, so that she can buy rice or chicken or whatever. So you take your phone and then you simply type. I don't know, for people who are listening from Europe or the US, the USSD code. So *123#, or in MTN in Ghana is *170. And you have your menu, and you can then start sending money. So that's how it started. It's completely different from how fintech started in developed countries, where you already have a bank account, but your main problem, let me say, is that you don't like your bank. Your bank service normally crap. Your bank app doesn't work. You want to have an easier way to pay your coffee without having to take your card. That is a complete different need. So both of them, we can call them fintech, but they come from a complete different starting point. And then what happened in Africa is that mobile money, M-Pesa, Momo, Wave, and so on, they just became a platform. And then on top of this platform, there are new startups and other companies that exist only because there's a way for you to send money from point A to point B. An example is, I've studied quite a lot, is e-commerce in Africa. Beyond Jumia and so on, you don't need any platform. There are a lot of small entrepreneurs in Accra that they simply resell, I don't know, clothes. They just take a nice picture of their clothes or their shoes, they put them on Instagram. Then if you like them, you just DM them. They send you how much is the cost. Then you send them money with mobile money. Business done. So this is a business that couldn't exist without mobile money. There's another example, is a digital bank in Ghana. It's called Affinity. Affinity is a pure new digital bank, but it's very interesting. It's a bank, but actually they don't have any. The way you load your wallet is basically your account. Sorry, I shouldn't call it wallet. Your account is through mobile money. So it is a digital bank on top of a mobile money platform. So that's what is the new trend, that you have your mobile money platform, and then on top, startups, fintech, or even non-fintech, they exist thanks to this very wide mobile money infrastructure.
Cheers, Dario. Very disruptive space. I want to get George in here and Anan. Obviously, if there's any questions online, feed them through. But George, a lot of disruptive talk, contactless payments, blockchain integration for secure transactions. You got BNPL, buy now, pay later. So a few different, very interesting, disruptive things happening. But in your opinion, top 3 trends in digital payments for startups and startup entrepreneurs 2024 to be aware of?
I think, I mean, beyond what I already mentioned related to AI and accessibility, I feel the other trends are on the one side, the digital payments being taken over and offered by non-banking and non-payment players. So essentially, the fancy word for that is embedded finance, but essentially, imagine instead of paying with your credit card or your Apple Pay or any other payment facility, you directly pay through your e-commerce provider that essentially offers you right away a credit in the same moment you purchase, let's say, the TV or a new laptop. And we're going to see more and more of that. So essentially, the boundaries between payment providers, banking providers, and non-banking providers offering payment services will become blurry and eventually merge. But that will, by itself, again, then trigger other impacts. For example, that regulators will likely take a closer eye on non-banking providers offering these services, and suddenly there will be new regulation on that as well. So this is certainly a big trend with many different implications on many different levels, but certainly a very exciting one. Another one is, you mentioned it already, is cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies are increasingly becoming relevant, but not necessarily in the way that people imagine it maybe 5-6 years ago. Cryptocurrencies still play a very negligible role when it comes to payments. However, in many emerging markets, especially countries with very volatile currencies, it became a form of saving and international transfers. So in Argentina, for example, tech staff is very often nowadays being paid directly in USDT rather than relying on Argentinian pesos or even US dollar, because it's easier to set up an international wallet, transfer money internationally, and essentially really take control over your own finances. And this has, of course, implications because, for example, when I'm walking down, if I'm walking to a fruit stall in Buenos Aires, for example, I can pay directly with a QR code, even at the most random shop possible. I can pay with Mercado Pago or even with my crypto provider directly in these stores. So crypto is becoming more relevant in digital payments. And last but not least, my hypothesis is that in our lifetime, we're going to see that credit cards and bank cards are going to disappear. Nowadays, it's still very relevant. And in fact, bank cards are the basis for Apple Pay. So you think Apple Pay is a digital payment methodology, but technically it's just a digitized version of a card. So most cards even still issue the credit card that you later on put into Apple Pay or Google Pay. But it's very likely that we're moving away from these physical objects and likely going to pay exclusively with some digital device, which may be the phone, maybe not. And very likely in the very long run, it might be even taken over by biometrics. Whereas in the West, we might struggle a little bit with data sensitivity. I feel in a few other countries, like especially in Asia, especially China, people are much more open to be willing to share certain biometric data, and so paying with certain biometric features might become a real, I would say, short to mid-term possibility, whether people like it or not.
Absolutely no. Dario and George, both of you probably see a whole bunch of startups come through to your email, to your desk, to your office. You may interact with a lot of startup entrepreneurs, people like who are joining this call. So both of you, I was kind of making some notes here. Both of you mentioned AI-driven financial services, blockchain applications, decentralized finance, digital-first banking. There's a few different very interesting disruptive thoughts you mentioned, but your everyday startup entrepreneur trying to start something or going to start something, would you tell the everyday user what are the most promising areas of disruption, if you had to pick one or two, if you had to go back and restart or give someone advice? And while you're giving me promising areas, do you have an example or two that someone can look up and see, okay, this is a disruptive in X, and here's an example of an organization or a company, be it in Africa or in Europe, in South America? Just throwing it out to either of you, jump in. But the question is, what are the most promising areas, if you had to pick one or two within this industry from a disruptive perspective? What is the most promising area? And if you can give us an example of a disruptive, promising startup that you found impressive recently.
I might have a very controversial opinion on that. Maybe Dario, you want to go first?
Everyone's dodging the question. Was it that hard?
go ahead, George. No worries. Go ahead.
Okay. So my recommendation to founders would be, because you ask like which trends you should really focus on. Like I personally recommend, don't focus on trends at all. Don't try to chase any mega trends, and definitely don't build a business based on that. What I would recommend is focus on a target audience and try to solve real world problems for them, no matter whether it's in one of the mega trends and very hyped areas such as AI or others, or whether it's in a really boring industry. The truth is, solving real life problems beats jumping on the bandwagon on certain trends 100 times. The only difference is be aware of certain trends because they might disrupt your own businesses. And of course, you should always consider how can you apply in your industry, in your target audience, how can you apply new technologies in a way that it can actually help solve the problems you're solving in a potentially even easier way. But don't try to jump on the bandwagon just because the entire world is currently investing into AI. You don't have to build an AI fintech if you believe that the problems that you're solving can be solved without AI, or at least not with AI first.
Cheers, George. Dario, do you have an alternate opinion?
So I think, yeah, the AI topic, I fully agree. Recently, the other day, I was talking to a startup and I was reviewing the, let's say, pitch deck and mention here and there. And I was like, you don't need that. Just because AI is trendy, you don't have to put it in your pitch if it's not like the core of what you're trying to do. As George was saying, is the key thing is, are you solving a problem? Okay, because as the previous presenter was talking about, VCs now, they don't give you money just to grow your customer base. They want to see traction, and then maybe they will give you money. So if you do not have if you're not solving a real problem, then there's no way you're to regrow. An example, like in terms of potential areas, e-health in Africa is for sure is a very important area. Health is still a problem. Access to health, to good health services is still a problem, and there's a way to digitize these. So I'm working with a company in Ghana called MedPharma. And the idea behind it is that when you go to a doctor, maybe 7 out of 10 times, I don't know, I don't have the statistics, the doctor doesn't actually touch you, okay? So a doctor can give you a prescription and advice over the phone or over a video call. So you don't have to take in Ghana we call it trotro or your bus to go to the doctor. Because the doctor, you can just call the doctor and you can have a conversation. And then the doctor at that point can prescribe a medicine. The medicine gets delivered directly to you at a discounted price. Because again, you don't have to pay, the company doesn't have to pay for the infrastructure of pharmacies and so on. So this is a promising, and this solves a specific problem that we have in Ghana. Another one important, of course, is agri-tech. Agri-tech, I don't know, maybe you don't want to call it mega trend, but for sure there are many opportunities in the agricultural industry in Africa. It's not easy. It's not easy at all, because you need to be able to go to the rural areas and talk to people who maybe they have a YAM phone, maybe they don't even have that one. They don't have a smartphone. So you need to build a whole new business or technology or system without actually a smartphone, without an iPhone 15 in your hand. So you need to completely change your mindset, and then you can find a problem. You can find multiple problems to solve: weather forecast, pricing of crop, and so on.
Now, with what both of you go for it, George.
Maybe to just give a few more examples in terms of how to solve and how to discover real world problems. Like I personally, for example, focus on 3 investment hypotheses, and essentially that's where I spend 90% of my time. It's like, and because I believe that despite the fact that there are a lot of companies in those areas, it's still a lot of problems to be solved. One is a B2B bank infrastructure, essentially anything that happens under the hood of banks. And this is typically software as a service for banks on a global scale. It can be scaled globally, and it's problems that really are globally relevant for banks. Second one is digital banking, but for emerging markets or for SMEs. So essentially, it's those solving the pain points of the hundreds of millions of people out there that don't have access yet to digital banks such as Revolut or Chime or N26 or others. And I give you an example. I'm currently building my 5th and soon my 6th digital bank. And no matter whether it's I'm working with banks from Egypt to Saudi Arabia to Central America or Eastern Europe, it's essentially the challenges that these digital banks are facing are very similar across the entire world. But since banking is a very regional business and payment as well, so there's very little knowledge exchange happening across borders. But you can learn so much from digital banks just by looking across the borders and getting inspired by other geographies. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm working a lot with emerging markets, including Africa, including the Middle East. And I think, for example, Middle East is, I would say, about 7-8 years behind the development where Europe was 7-8 years ago, but it's now catching up way quicker because it can adopt the technologies that Europe has basically painstakingly experimented with nowadays much quicker because the tech stacks are just much better. So in fact, it might be that it's sooner or later Saudi Arabian or UAE-based banks might become better than their European counterparts just because they're built on better tech stacks. And last but not least, the third vertical is tokenization of real-world assets, which essentially in a nutshell means making blockchain useful for finance beyond cryptocurrencies. And these three areas, none of them is completely revolutionary or unique, but in fact, that's exactly why I focus on, because there's a lot of learning effects across markets. And I feel if I would recommend something to founders is focus on problems that haven't been solved yet, but try to do things better than others rather than trying to jump on a mega trend which is currently dominated rather by big technology companies.
Cheers, George. I'm going to press you a little bit over there because you brushed off some very, I'm assuming, time-consuming things. Competition is fierce, and a lot of untapped potential. But I'm also assuming partnerships are absolutely critical. Now, you mentioned some banks, regional partnership, local partnerships. I'm assuming that takes a lot of time and energy. Can you give us a little bit of how do you manage the complexity of partnerships in this space and balancing that with the competitive edge?
Yeah. So I think there are three different types of relationships within fintechs and corporates. One, where they're competitors. Second, where they're actually customers. So basically the fintechs by design work with corporates because they're their customers. And then last but not least, there are partnerships where it's neither nor. They could be essentially working in parallel, but they can collaborate because they bring both something to the table, which is very complementary. And nowadays, I would say the biggest fintech partnerships focus on the third area, where it's essentially big corporates bringing in funding, stability, and potentially the reach, the distribution channels, and then the fintech adding certain services which are very unique to them and which the corporate might struggle to replicate, and they directly integrated into the product of the corporate. And this is certainly, I would say, something that is very promising, which requires that the corporates are open for innovation and also open for external innovation, which might give also share the stage a little bit with some fintechs, but it's certainly a very promising way to innovate for and drive innovation and distribution for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. No, speaking of partnership and somebody who's enabling it over here, Anand, thank you for putting all of this together and your team. Anand's been fielding some questions from the online audience. We have one that came in. What role do governments and regulatory bodies play in shaping the future of digital payments? Assuming a lot, but differing from place to place. Maybe we'll start with Dario, because you've done significant amount of work over here and you probably will be doing more of it in other continents. What do you think? Role of government and regulatory bodies?
Yes, in Africa they play a critical role. They can be the reason why the startup ecosystem grows or the reason why it doesn't, because they can really change a lot of things. So in Ghana, for example, the regulatory is largely favorable, I would say. Okay, recently, I mean, the last couple of years, the Bank of Ghana, they release a sandbox where fintech can test their products. We are talking about, hopefully in the next few months, will be released an open banking framework. So there's a lot of innovation, but there is still a lot of issues that the regulators should solve. And the main one, the big one in the continent, is cross-border payment. This is something any fintech conference you attend, that's where it's always about this problem, that if you want to send money from Ghana to Kenya or to Nigeria, that is actually would be quite critical. You first of all have to exchange in dollars and then send it to Nigeria somehow. So this is a major problem. And there are a lot of discussion, more and more discussion in the last, I think, 24 months between governments on how to solve this problem. But for sure, it's critical. Another area where the regulator can also provide a lot of support is fraud. There's still a lot of fraud happening, and that's why some maybe customers or that they actually don't adopt platform like mobile money or fintech or whatever. So the regulator can provide a lot of support here by making sure that there is a common platform where the numbers of the fraudsters can be blacklisted and so on. So for sure, I agree the regulator can really make the difference to support startups.
I wanted to ask, I know we're towards the end of this session, Anand, but I had one thought I wanted to ask both of you on the meaning or what progress we are making in terms of inclusion, digital inclusion. I know you brought it up in a few different places, inclusive fintech and things of that sort. But what's the progress so far in terms of digital inclusion? How do you both bring it into your work and talk about it? Because I was in fintech a few years ago, and the digital divide was a big issue. But now fintech has evolved, mobile phone payments, QR code payments, a lot of disruption happening. How are we actually doing in terms of inclusion?
So if I just brief answer, if you look at in Africa in terms of mobile money, is by definition inclusive, and that's the power of mobile money, because it works with any type of phone that you have. Just as long as the phone has a keyboard and is connected to a GSM connectivity line, then you have your wallet, you have your bank, you are banked basically. So that's where there's a for sure we are. The different telecom and fintech operators, they really try to provide mobile money services to everybody, including rural areas. What we are trying to do now even more is around education. So it's okay to have a mobile money account, but then if, for example, you give away your PIN to a fraudster, then yes, we have included you, but actually we have created a problem for you now. So just the fact that we can give you access to this, we also need to, is not enough. We also need to educate and make sure that you know how to use this tool. The other part is how to also include disabled people. And that's where apps can actually play a role. In MTN, one of the project that we launched this year that hopefully will see the light in Q4 is around making one of our app that is My MTN to make it 100% compatible to the requirements for the visually impaired people, so that you can use the app even if you have struggle seeing the screen and so on. So I think there are a lot of projects, and they are a key part, I would say, of the evolution of digital and fintech in the continent.
Super. No, we have another really important question, so I don't want to brush it off, and Anand's given us 5 more minutes here. So we've got some concerns, and this is not just one person asking the question. I'm assuming there's a few others out there. Security, privacy, and consumer protection in digital payments. George, you want to take a stab at this one because it's a very pressing topic?
Absolutely. And in fact, I mean, I've built a company in anti-financial crime prevention, or anti-financial crime and fraud prevention. And this is certainly an ever-growing topic. The truth is, fraud prevention and security is an arms race. It's criminals and essentially people abusing gaps in cybersecurity are innovating as quickly as the banks or payment providers themselves. So it's going to be an ever increasing and ever accelerating arms race. And AI is now bringing another, I would say, acceleration level to this fight, because suddenly you have situations where essentially criminals use AI to defraud people and companies, and the companies are fighting back with their own AIs. So essentially, we're truly at war with criminals in the cyberspace. And as a customer, you only really notice it when you get a fake WhatsApp message or SMS, or maybe if you're unlucky that you're actually falling for a phishing trick. But the truth is, cybersecurity is becoming more and more serious, and companies as well as people need to invest into tools and software, but also into education and awareness, because the best tools are going to be useless if a person just falls for a simple social engineering trick. So as a company and founder, I would highly recommend invest both in tools as well as awareness trainings.
Thanks, George. Yeah, to end on a little bit of a brighter note, not to talk about fraud as your last question here, but I appreciate both of you very, very much for sharing your thoughts. We've talked about sustainability, financial inclusion, leveraging emerging technologies extensively. We talked at length about AI, a little bit of blockchain and what's crucial in foolproofing fintech startup. Strong partnerships came up, very, very important, thinking about untapped markets and not to forget about the competitive edge. So I want to gather some final thoughts from both of you. And obviously, networking is an important part of building a startup. So our listeners and attendees, if you can tell them a little bit more about where to find you and people like you as well. But final thoughts, Dario, you want to take a first stab?
Yeah, so I mean, for sure, I can be found on LinkedIn, and if you are in Malaysia, please, you can contact me and we can get a coffee. In terms of final thoughts, I think I lived in Ghana for over 5 years, and it's just amazing how many opportunities still exist. Every week you can see something that you say, okay, actually this could be done better. Actually, I can make a business out of this. So there are so many opportunities. The problem is make sure that you build something that solves a problem. Number two, you have to find good partners. A lot of time people want to build their own and they want to keep it for themselves. No, you have to partner with others, because if you partner, then you can become bigger. And then, of course, the other thing, especially in Africa, you have to be patient. It's not easy. I was reading some statistics today that out of the whole global VC fund, only less than 2% goes to Africa. So it's not easy to get funding, and it takes time to also then exit. It's not easy to find a buyer for your company and so on. So you have to be patient, but the opportunities are immense, because there are still so many problems, simple problems, that can be solved by a digital or actually a non-digital startup. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. No, appreciate it. Reinforcing some partnerships was really, really interesting one. Thank you for pointing out the things take slower and faster, but resilience and willpower is really, really
Resilience
important.
is critical, indeed.
George, go for it.
Excellent. Perfect. So again, thanks a lot for having me. I can be found on LinkedIn. Please follow or connect with me. Generally speaking, if you're a fintech founder from either, especially Africa or Latin America or emerging markets in general, please feel free to connect. I'm offering, like, typically I'm trying to spend five hours per month where I'm giving away kind of free coaching sessions on interesting fintechs. So if you're interested in, please hit me up. I'm trying to find always the 5 most interesting companies per month. And other than that, I'll be in Madagascar in a few weeks. Happy to connect also with fintechs there. So feel free to hit me up.
No, appreciate it. Like, appreciate the shout out. I think that is a big thing that a lot of great startup founders and entrepreneurs are doing, giving back their time and energy. So shout out to both of you for really being open to that. Anand, I will pass it on. The next speaker we have lined up, and I can't thank both these speakers enough. I'm signing off from Hamilton, Ontario over here, and I'll be more than happy to stay connected with you both and others who are logged in here as well. But we've got Stuart Prestige next. He's going to be coming in, and he's a seasoned startup a specialist, 35 years in this space, creating successful ventures, and he'll share his expertise on mastering pre-seed fundraising and guiding you from idea to investment. So let's welcome Stuart to talk about idea to investment and mastering the art of pre-seed fundraising and learning how to transform your early stage venture into a funded reality. So thank you both. Thank you, Anand. Thank you for earlier speakers, but let's give some time and a round of applause to Stuart, who's be coming on and talk about making our venture a reality.
Yeah.
Over to you, Anand.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll give Stuart another minute to join in. Anand, any closing thoughts on digital payments? Your own
Mr. George
perspective?
and Dario.
Go ahead, Anand.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the profile of Mr. George live on LinkedIn. So be sure to connect with him on LinkedIn. And trust me, when it comes to fintech data payments, he knows a lot. The point that he has top voice profile on LinkedIn. So let's do well to connect with them. They are ready to support us in everything that we are doing. So Mr. George, thanks very much for the time. You're very grateful.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Bye. So if you're joining us, this is the StartupsExpo, the 2024 edition. We have a lineup of speakers that will be sharing great insights. The next sections that will be taking over will be our next section that will focus on from idea to investment. That will be shared by Mr. Stuart Prestige. From idea to investment, mastering the act of pre-seed fundraising. You will learn how to transform your early stage venture into a funded reality. So just stay tuned as we prepare the next section. Be sure to stick by and take some notes as we proceed with today's section of StartupsExpo 2024. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another section for the day 2 of StartupsExpo. And we have in the person of Mr. Stuart Prestige who is a specialist in startup when it comes to softwares. He is the best. So we have experience when it comes to softwares. So Mr. Stuart, please, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to be here.
Okay. Nice to have you on board. So if you are joining us, let me give you a brief bio about Mr. Prestige, who is a software startup specialist. He guides founders from idea stage to launch. Let's say if you're a founder, you're looking to launch a software-based startup, he is the perfect person who can guide you. He can help you navigate the path when it comes to softwares, SaaS. Yeah, so let me give you a brief background about him. He has spent over 35 years creating 8 startups and 2 products with 3 very successful exits. He is a multi-award winning software and startups specialist, and he has worked with a number of startups from around the world. And today he's going to guide us on the path, how to create a product, as a software product from idea stage to launch. He's going to guide us through that process. So Mr. Stuart, please welcome. You're most welcome. And we would like to thank you for making time for us. You're very good.
My pleasure. My pleasure. So hello everyone. And can we bring up the presentation?
Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. So today I'm actually going to talk about the path from idea to investment, but obviously then you'll be going on to launch after getting the funding. So the presentation is basically to help early stage tech startup founders to get pre-seed funding, which is the funding you need before you launch. And you'll get a few takeaways from this session, and obviously I'll let you know at the end how I can help more, because there's only a short window of time. So obviously I can't cover everything in that time. But also, feel free to submit your questions. I think I've got a few minutes at the end for questions. So feel free to submit any questions, and I'll cover what I can in the time I've got. So let me just work out how to move on. Here we go. So as Anand said, my name's Stuart Prestage. I'm a software startup specialist, and basically it means I help founders. I help founders with anything technology or business related. Now, I'm actually on a mission to empower founders to bring their software to life. And of course, that's from concept to launch. And of course, the funding can be a big part of that. And not just to bring the software to life, but to make a positive impact. So I'm trying to help as many founders as possible. And what that means is creating not just a high quality product, but a good team and a high quality business, and getting launched, getting customers, getting revenue, and so on. But as I mentioned, it also, a lot of the time, means getting pre-seed funding. Now, I'll skim over this because Anand has covered it, but basically, yeah, I've been doing this for nearly 4 decades, quite a while, and I've had a number of startups, products, and exits, and an award or 2 along the way. But I don't want to spend too much time about myself. Let's dive straight in. And because I think we're running a little bit behind, I'll try and skim through quickly, and hopefully there'll be a recording available for people to watch if they miss anything, because as I said, I'll go through this quite quickly. So what is pre-seed funding, and why might you need it? Well, very simply, pre-seed funding is the money you need to create your minimum viable product, to launch it and start getting traction, such as users, revenue, profit, and growth, if you're lucky. Now, it can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to create an MVP. It doesn't have to, but it can do. And most founders that I meet, they can't do this themselves, so they need the funding from elsewhere. So the obvious question then is, how do I get funding? So how do you get funding? Well, in the perfect world, you do some market research to understand the need. You would create a business plan and a go-to-market strategy. You build an MVP to meet that need, to fulfill the need or solve the problem. You'd run a pilot to, a beta program or something to prove product market fit and traction, and you get the numbers that you need to be able to, all of that would go into your pitch deck. You'd send this out to investors, you'd pitch to investors, and you'd get funding. So that's in a perfect world, but of course, we don't live in a perfect world. So how do you really get funding? Well, in the real world, there's a huge problem. And as I mentioned before, building an MVP is expensive, and it's risky if you haven't done enough market research. So if you haven't got the money or the skills to create an MVP, what do you do? Well, investors are looking for traction. And yes, of course, the best type of traction is having paying users, as long as it doesn't cost you too much to acquire those users, of course. Now, you can get paying users by creating a concierge solution, for example, which is a very simple low-code or no-code front end, and humans on the back end doing a lot of the work. So not having an AI component or a lot of the sort of complex back end things that are needed. And this is a great way of validating your solution to the problem, of getting some traction and possibly getting some revenue in, which never hurts. But whether you do a concierge solution or an MVP or neither of those 2 things, you really have to do market research like it's going out of fashion. Now, that might actually be an English only saying. So what I basically mean by that is you have to do a ton of market research. Now, when I say market research, I don't just mean Google, Googling and researching and using Statista and, looking up your competitors and do competitive analysis. Of course, that forms part of it. But what I'm talking about, equally importantly, is about speaking to as many people as possible who will either be using your software, paying for your software, or deciding whether to pay for the software. Now, in the consumer world, they're usually one and the same person, but in the business world, if you're B2B or B2B2C, for example, then they may be different people. So you should speak to as many people as you can to get real confidence that there is a problem to be solved and people know about that problem and prepared to pay for it. And there are so many more benefits to doing the market research. It's not just finding out if there's a need. It's knowing that you can identify who has that problem, that you can reach whoever has that problem, that they're prepared to engage with you. Understanding the need more deeply, and do your potential customers who have the need, do they recognize that they have the need? Are they looking to address that need and pay for it, for example? Just because they have a need, it doesn't mean that they want to solve it or prepared to pay to solve it. And you find out what they've done already to solve the need, which might be looking for a solution or finding competitors, trying competitors out, for example. You'll be building relationships with potential future customers. And ideally, you'll get letters of intent, especially in a business environment. If you can get letters of intent, that's really good traction. And lastly, one of the other main advantages of doing a ton of market research is to understand the language of your potential customers, because you'll be using this when marketing to them. And as I mentioned, all of this can be treated as traction, but be sure to track the numbers. Investors, when you speak to them, they'll want statistics. They'll want to know how many people you reached out to, how many of them engaged with you, how many of them would be prepared to pay, what would they be prepared to pay. Get some numbers, and obviously the more, the better. And then you'll be in a much better position to create your business plan and your go-to-market strategy that isn't just guesswork. It's based upon real data. And then you'll be ready to move on to creating a pitch deck. So, before I talk about your pitch deck, I want to talk for a little bit about what investors care about. I want to help you to put yourself in investors' shoes, which in turn will help you to do a better job of pitching, among other things. Now, generally speaking, investors care about opportunity, cost, risk, and impact. Now, the cost, obviously, there's a financial component to that, what you're asking for, how much investment you need, but it's also what's the minimum check size, for example, because very often an investor won't invest the whole amount that you need, just a small portion of it. But there are other costs as well, such as time commitment, energy commitment, access to investor networks, things like that. So what is it? What's the cost of investing in you? And then, of course, there's the opportunity, which is how much money is to be made over what period of time. So I think that's self-explanatory. As to the risks, there are many, many risks, way too many to go into here. And investors are extremely good at identifying these. So you need to make sure that you've identified them yourself and that you've either eliminated them or mitigated them, or you have a strategy or a plan for each one so that you have an answer when you're asked about them. But after all, it's not just about the risks because the investors care about them. These are risks that you should care about too, because they can affect your business viability or even your business continuity. And finally, there's impact. So more and more, I see investors caring about this impact, climate, impact, human welfare, and so on. Now, if you're making a startup that has a positive impact, then be sure to highlight this, basically. Now, if you keep these 4 things in mind when you're writing your deck, creating your video, and your messaging to investors, and your pitches and your conversations, then this will set you in good stead. Okay, so now on to your pitch deck. Okay, right, how many hours have I got to talk about this? Oh, no, I've got 10 minutes. So I'm not even going to be able to scratch the surface of what I could say about pitch deck in that time. So what I thought I would do, rather than go through the whole structure of the pitch deck, the slides, what goes in them, why, etc., I thought I would just give you some useful tips, some useful general tips, which, excuse me, which you can use generally across your whole pitch deck. So the first tip is you more than likely won't just have one pitch deck. You could have up to 3 pitch decks. So the first one is what I call a teaser deck. And this is one that you will send to investors that you don't know, you don't have a relationship with, but haven't asked you for more information, for example. And the purpose of the teaser deck is simply to grab their attention, pique their interest, answer some initial questions, and ideally be memorable in some way. And you don't need to give everything away. But along with the teaser deck, when you send the teaser deck to investors, I advise my clients to send out a very short video. Thank you. Switch the format. I don't know if that's worse. Seeing me bigger. I do like to send a short video with the teaser deck, and this can expand a little bit on the teaser deck, especially on the main points of interest. And at the same time, it will show your personality, your passion, and your credibility. After all, investors need to know you and like you in order to want to invest in you, especially angel investors who are going to be potentially working with you more closely. And any details that you feel you need to put in the teaser deck, any sort of additional details over and above the headlines, put them in an appendix. That way, they're not distracting when investors are going through that deck, but they're there. They're there to be consulted if necessary. Okay, so the second deck you might need is one with a little bit more information in for when you've already broken the ice with investors. If you've basically been asked to send more information. Now, if you speak to investors outside of sending cold emails, that's quite normal. But ideally, the teaser deck will have got you past that. Will get you to a sort of informal conversation. And by the way, when you speak to investors, in pitch events, in networking events, for example, make sure you get your elevator pitch honed. Practice, get it right down. And I can help with that, I have a structure of that, but a lot of these things can just be Googled. Or of course, ChatGPT is your friend as well. And the final pitch deck is one that you would present at pitch events, or if you're asked to after you send the teaser out. But again, hopefully the teaser deck will skip you past that stage. Now, I don't actually know how much time I have left, but I'll keep going. And Anne, I'm assuming you will give me fair warning. As for the content of the pitch deck, I'm not going to, as I said, I'm not going to list all the slides here. And that's common knowledge and easily Googled. But I want to give you some tips, which is, first of all, keep it simple. Keep it as simple as possible. Simple as your friend. Each word in the deck, each phrase and sentence and graphic and everything in the deck has to add value, has to give the investors something that they care about, that they need. If you can, make your pitch deck skimmable. So, for example, don't put title slides. Don't put slides like the problem, the solution, market size. That they don't add value. should be obvious what they are. So have titles like 10 million people globally need to do X, or the current global spend on X is, so many million or $1 billion. We will tap into X million of this within the next 3 years, for example. And that way, even if the reader just looks at the titles of your slide, that will highlight your proposition and give them at least the initial, what is this? Why should I care? What's the opportunity here? And the reason for this is that each slide in your teaser, apart from a handful of exceptions, must be able to be consumed in about 5 seconds. It sounds crazy, but I've seen this in action many times. So you have to make the point of the slide totally obvious up front. So it's an obvious starting point, which is usually the title, but there has to be a clear path through the slide. So that if the reader runs out of time and they stop, they've got that main point from that slide. And finally, the final general tip is, it sounds obvious, and you may ask, why am I saying this? But you wouldn't believe the number of decks that I review that have got errors and inconsistencies, just simple errors in there. Spelling errors, grammatical errors, numerical errors, formatting inconsistencies, and so on. Now, this sounds like a small thing, but every single error, every issue distracts the reader, takes them out of the flow, which is really what you don't want, given you have seconds for each slide. But it also damages your credibility. It raises questions like, do you care about the quality of this? What's your attention to detail? Do you have attention to detail? How much time have you spent preparing this, for example? And in general, just remember the 4 C's. Be clear, concise, complete, and correct. So, okay. I'll go slide. So, outreach. In the interest of time, I'm just going to be brief here. So, a quick word on outreach. Don't just blanket send your teaser deck to every investor you come across. Have a strategy. Understand your own criteria. Understand the investor's criteria or their thesis, which is known as, and only send decks when there's a match or when you think there's a match. And personalize each message that you send. Put something in there that shows that you've done the research, that you've made a conscious decision as to why there's a match. Now, some people do suggest tailoring your deck to each investor where possible and where appropriate, but I think this is going too far. After all, you'll probably be sending out, your deck to tens or even hundreds of investors to get the feedback and the meetings that you need. So, I personally don't advise this. Okay, so now to your pitch. Now, ideally, you'll skip this. You'll skip the formal pitch and move straight into an informal conversation if your teaser deck has done its job. But there are other situations where you need to pitch events, for example. So be prepared. Be prepared with your formal pitch. Practice, 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 obviously. And you may have different versions of your pitch. Some events or some investors, they might give you 3 minutes. Sometimes you might get 5 minutes and so on. So do have different versions. And stick to the simple, clear points. Remember, put yourself in investors' shoes. And you really, before you pitch, you've got to know your stuff. And this means you've got to know about the investor and also your own strategy and numbers. You've got to know it at the back of your hand, because you will be asked for details if you're lucky. And if you ask a question of an investor and it's something that you could have researched, then this will count against you. Now, if you are asked a question, even in the middle of the pitch, just stop what you're saying and answer it clearly and succinctly. And keep it short. Keep the answer short. You can always be asked for more details, but you do not want to waste time. Seconds are precious. So keep it short. You'll be asked to elaborate if possible. And on that, when you're pitching to investors, watch out for the visual and audible cues for investors trying to stop you talking. because they want to ask a question. Be really mindful of this. And if you see it, stop and wait for the question and obviously answer that question. And that's so important. And time again, I see founders just going on and investors, glazing over, and you've lost them. You've lost them there. Okay, so very briefly then, the takeaways are thorough market research, actually talking to potential customers and getting traction, using market research to finalize a detailed business plan and go-to-market strategy, creating a minimum viable product or a concierge solution if you can to get more traction. And we talked about the elements of funding preparation, such as your pitch deck, video, outreach strategy and messaging, and your pitch to investors. Now, there are a lot of things I haven't covered, a lot of pitfalls that I've only scratched the surface of. So how do you find out about what are the next steps? Okay, so just before I dive into Q&A, I know that there are some people here who are, in that position where you need funding and you're serious about getting funding. You might need my help to do that. So if that's you, just scan the QR code and you can book a free call with my team and they'll discuss your needs and help you move forward. So, if that's something you're serious about, something you need, then just, check out this webpage. I don't know if I can pop it in the chat. So thank you. Thank you very much. And so that's the run through. Hopefully time for questions. Are there any questions, Anand?
Okay, so we have few questions. So thanks very much for the presentation. Although the time is I know you have a ton of information that you'd like to share.
So hard. Yeah.
So if you are joining us, this is the section on how to craft a comparing pitch deck that can attract the right investors for your startup. Okay, so Mr. Su is an expert when it comes to funding, how to raise pre-seed funding and everything. So be sure to connect with him. As you're watching on the screen, that is his LinkedIn profile, so you can connect with him and he'll do well to connect with you as well. So let's go through. The first question that we have is, what key metrics and data should be included in a pre-seed pitch to attract investors?
So if you're talking about traction data, then for example, how many people you've spoken to, how many people you reached out to, how many people actually have that problem, are prepared to pay for the problem, what's the range they're prepared to pay for, things like time frame. The more data, the better. If you're talking about the opportunity size, then there's a standard framework, which is TAM, SAM, and SOM, and it's fairly misunderstood, I would say. So, I do, part of the help that I give is to really break
that one is true,
I see that got wrong every time. So if I can just summarize that, the TAM is, for example, total addressable market, which is what is the maximum amount of revenue that you can make in 1 year if every person possible purchased your solution. The SAM is that, but for your initial niche, and the SOM is how much you expect to make in any given year. And typically you do the first year and the nth year. So you have like 6 numbers there. So those are important, but the SOM should be worked out from the ground up, not just as a finger in the air percentage of the SAM. It should be worked out from, okay, this is our business model, this is our business plan, this is our strategy, this is how many people we expect to sell to, through these different channels, it might be direct, might be through partnerships. So work out your SOM from the ground up, and then ideally it should come to some sensible percentage, not like 50% of the SAM. So there's some numbers. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, and mostly startups founders who present a pitch, maybe mostly it's like about $50 billion market.
Yeah.
So Huge
right.
numbers.
The amount that someone spends, the amount that is spent in an industry is not the same as the amount that you can make. But the thing is with the TAM, SAM, and so on, you've got to explain the numbers. You've got to say this is X. This means, and you've got to put the words with it. So it's very clear, this is the total spend on my solution, globally or within the US or whatever, this year or whatever. So you've got to sort of have a very clear definition for your TAM, SAM, and so on. And one mistake I see is you typically have a slide which is your projected, your business plan, your projected revenue, and those numbers don't always match up with what people put in the SOM. They've got to be identical. What you're going to make in the first year is your SOM. So make sure that you don't. That's one of the errors I was talking about earlier.
Oh, okay, that's great. And the next question that we have is, how can startups identify and connect with potential investors in the pre-seed stage?
I didn't catch the beginning of that. Say that again, please.
Okay. It says, how can startups, it's also on the screen.
Yeah.
How can startups identify and connect with potential investors in the pre-seed stage?
Yeah, there are many sources of investors. So, you can go to there are online services like Signal. There are angel groups that you can reach out to. There are people who help. There are people who help do introductions. I help my clients identify and show them how to connect. I don't do the connection. I don't do introductions for a number of reasons. I believe it's best for the founders to connect, but I help identify. But I help from these different sources. So there are a number of different sources, but it's a slog. It's a slog, and you should be doing networking events, pitch events, online, offline, and just, there are directories, and you've just got to trawl through them. You can pay someone to go onto a platform and be connected, and that's usually several $1,000s just for that privilege. Or you can do it yourself through Googling and networking.
Okay, I think that answers the question. Okay, this one says, how can startups maintain positive relationships with their investors and continue to attract future funding?
Okay, so two questions in one there. So maintaining a positive relationship with an investor, that's like any relationship. You keep communicating and listening, making sure that the investor has what they need in terms of information, has a mechanism for telling you what they think, and listen to what they say. But at the same time, don't just do everything the investors tell you. Even when you're pitching and they say, I see time and again investors saying, "Oh, your strategy should be this," and founders immediately switch the strategy without really looking more deeply, because investors are people. They have opinions like everyone else. They're very experienced and intelligent, but anyway, just keep communicating with investors. Ask them, what is it you want? What is it you want to help me make sure that you have what you need? And then, can you put the question up again? It was about future funding, and continue to attract future funding. Well, attracting future funding, I basically advocate try to do things properly. Especially around your business processes, and keep your data room up to date. Because that's a real headache if that's not up to date when you come to the future funding rounds. And the key is to maintain those relationships with investors. Of course, early investors might not be exactly the same as the future investors, so you'll have to sort of go through that process again, for seed funding and beyond.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Stewart, I think that's all the questions that we can take for now. So be sure to connect with him on LinkedIn. If you have any further questions, if we need an introduction, I can do that for you. So be sure to connect with him wherever you're watching from around the world when it comes to building your startup, positioning it to attract the right pre-seed funding. the CEO is the right person that you can connect to, and he will be the right person to guide you through the process. Avoid certain mistakes. Some pitch decks may not even be received by investors if you don't have the right approach, the right knowledge, the right experience. So connect with experienced people so that they can guide you through the process. So Mr. Stewart, please, thanks very much, and we are grateful to have you on board today. All that we say is thank you. We will connect with you after the presentation, and take things from there. There will be a pre-recorded section that will be shared across the platforms so that we can share with everyone. Please, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks a
We are
lot.
very grateful. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so if you're joining us, that's the day 2 of StartupsExpo, and everything is going well. We have a series of sessions that is coming your way, so be sure to stay by as we proceed. We'll go for a quick break, and after the break, we'll present you our next presentation that is going to give you more insight on how to speed up product velocity and outpace competitors. You know, if you're building any product and you move at a slower pace, you don't know the number of startups that are already also working on the same idea. So this is the approach that's going to guide you on how to speed up your product velocity and everything. So stay tuned as we'll be right back after a quick break as we connect the next speaker. Please stay tuned. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the next presentation on our list. That will be presented by Madame Nelly. And let me give you a quick overview of what we're about to get into. She will be educating us on how to speed up your product development and outpace your competitors in the industry. So how you're going to go about that. Nayeli, please, the platform is yours.
Great. Should I get started?
Yes, please.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Welcome to today's session. I am the last one, apparently, before I guess the break. I am going to show you today how to increase your startup's velocity and how to outcompete your competitors with a fraction of the team. So if you're joining us, we're going to go really quick. There's a ton of information that I'm going to cover, but we have a very short period of time together. So I prepared a workbook that you can access at techspeak.co/SE for StartupsExpo. So if you could also share that in the chat, that would be great. And you can download it now, you can download it later, but don't worry about taking the notes because we're going to move really quickly. You're going to have this as a takeaway that you can take with you. Okay, so let's get started. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Nelly Yusupova. I'm a CTO, startup tech advisor, and creator of TechSpeak for Entrepreneurs, which is an online program where I teach the most effective and efficient ways to manage tech teams and projects, even if you're not technical or know how to code. What's most important for you to know is that I have personally managed tech teams and projects for over 18 years, and I have refined and optimized my process over time. And I'm going to be sharing some of my process today as well. And I taught this TechSpeak 10-step process which is based on lean and agile methodologies to over 1,500 students so far. I worked with hundreds of different startups, helping them with their tech strategies and help them fix and optimize their process. So everything I'm going to be sharing with you is from actual experience. There's no fluff, there's no guesswork or anything like that. I've been a co-founder. I am a co-founder in a well-being startup right now. And I've worked and coached many, many different types of companies. And this process that I'm going to be sharing with you today is going to work for you, whether you're in a tech startup, in a product startup, in any type of startup. The whole idea is to learn early, learn often, and learn cheap. And that's what we're going to be learning today is how do you increase your product velocity so you can outpace your competitors. So what is product velocity? And contrary to its name, product velocity is not just about building the product quickly. Product velocity is the CEO's ability to align their entire startup team to focus on the right goals at the right time so you can quickly and efficiently learn who is the exact target market that is willing to use your product on a regular basis and is also willing to pay you for it. Very, very important to understand what business model works for you to be actually a business. And notice, again, this definition of product velocity is not just about building the product. It's about your entire team, your tech, your marketing, your sales, your business development, and so on, being able to work together and execute quickly in an iterative way to build the exact combination of features and functionalities that solve your customer needs and keep them coming back to using your product over and over and over again, and find a repeatable way of acquiring customers in a cost-effective way. So here you see all of the things that you will need to do to iterate on as a team to build a business around the product idea, not just building a great product, but to actually build a business around the product. And that, of course, involves your company being able to iterate both on the product and the market side at exactly the same time. So what most often happens for a lot of founders, and raise your hand inside or at least acknowledge if this is you, most people start with the product. They fall in love with the idea of what it is that they're building and don't focus on the market until they build the product. And then they go and try to identify the customers that want it and refine the value proposition. And that is a way, but it's not the fastest way. So to find product market fit quickly, you need to be able to iterate both on the product side and the market side at exactly the same time. That's why your entire team needs to work in tandem and be focused on the right things at the right time. Sometimes you need to focus on the market, sometimes on the product, and sometimes both at exactly the same time. And what exactly what we call this is finding product market fit. When you have found product market fit, you have found the exact formula of acquiring customers in a cost-effective way. And now you're able to retain those customers so you can continue to sell to them. And this is the funny part. I always laugh at this, is that most entrepreneurs think and hope that their product market fit journey is going to look like this: a straight line to success, and it's only going to take 1 to 6 months to get there. Raise your hand if this is you, right? In reality, this is what your path is going to look like. And it usually takes more than 1 to 2 years to reach. So here you see the frequent pivots that you might have to do. Some would be small, some would be large. Most of your pivots, hopefully, will be small. And with small pivots, you will be focused on optimizing your product for retention. It's all about understanding what new features and improvements to the product experience and functionality would make the product stickier, so more and more of your existing customers use your product on a regular basis and also recommend and refer new users to you. The big pivots are the most painful, the most time-consuming, and of course, the most expensive. This is where you might realize that you need to target a different customer segment or a different industry, or you might even realize that you need to solve a completely different problem altogether. Hopefully, you won't have to do more than a few big pivots. But what's important to know is that it is totally normal and expected for early stage entrepreneurs to make pivots. The key is to learn quickly and pivot before you go in the wrong direction for too long, which of course, the longer you go in the wrong direction, the more expensive things get. So as you can see, speed is everything. The faster you can iterate and learn on what works and what doesn't work, the faster you can reach product market fit. But to me, it's not just about building things faster, it's about decreasing the learning time cycle and reducing the cost of being wrong. So how do you increase product velocity and reduce the cost of being wrong? My answer: through an efficient process based on lean and agile methodologies. So now I'm going to break down the actual process that I use and teach that will allow you to learn early, learn often, and learn cheap, so you can efficiently iterate through the product development process and optimize your team so they execute like a well-oiled machine. So step one is to validate. This is where you will refine all of your ideas. And for each one of them, no matter how large or small, you will need to identify the target customer for whom you're building this, refine your ideas to make sure that they are painkillers. Painkiller problems are level 12 out of 10 problems and not just level 5 or 6 problems. Founders always tell me, yes, I talk to customers, but if your questioning is not aligned with specific hypotheses that you want to test, then you're going to always miss out on a lot of nuances and gems that can help you refine your understanding of the problem and therefore help you build the best solution from the first time to address those problems. Proper and focused validation will ensure that every new feature and functionality solves a real pain point and will prevent you from building technology for technology's sake. Over the years, I've probably witnessed millions of lines of code that have been written that were never used by people. So don't let that be you. Customer development will also allow you to understand how to market and sell to your customers, how to acquire customers, your sales and business model, and so much more. Validation is probably the most important step in the product development process because it will literally help you define the market side in the product market fit scenario that we just talked about. So product market fit, right? This yellow circle, this is all validation. Okay, so identifying customers, validating that the problems are real and being able to identify your business model and refine your value proposition. All of that is part of the market and happens as the very first step in the product development process. Step number 2, you want to be able to build a clickable prototype of the solution that you potentially think to be able to solve the problems that you've identified in step number 1. And instead of jumping into code, which, by the way, is also a way of prototyping, but it is the most expensive way to do so. Clickable prototypes are on the other side of the cost spectrum, and it is a lot cheaper and faster to rapidly change clickable prototypes than it is to rewrite code. And just guessing what solutions will resonate with your customers, because that's all we're doing. We're always guessing, right? Just guessing what solutions will resonate with your customers will always result in rewriting code and take more time. So some of the tools to build clickable prototypes are Adobe XD, Figma, Sketch, Marvel App, InVision, so many tools out there. But I also want to make clear that when I talk about clickable prototypes, if you're using no-code tools, that is not what I'm talking about here. No-code tools are part of writing code. It is a lot faster to change clickable prototypes than it is to change stuff in no code. Okay, depending on your skill set, it is at least I teach all of my entrepreneurs. If you're doing no code, you should never skip the clickable prototype phase, because in step numbers 3 and 7 is where we're actually going to define and work with our clickable prototype to define our MVP, which is a minimal viable product. Okay, so you have identified the problem, you've identified the potential solution, right? And now you need to identify a small version that you're actually going to build for the solution in step number 2. Okay, so you need to also in this step plan and prepare for development. You will need to define your MVP based on your time and your cost constraints, and not by just simply reducing the number of features that you launch with from, let's say, 10 to 4. That's what most people do. They say, okay, so we have 20 features, 10 features. Let's figure out what our MVP is going to be. And they reduce the number of features. But that's not enough. So that's a good first step, but that's not enough. Let me show you why. Have you ever wondered how the same exact project can be estimated to cost $10,000, $50,000, even $150,000? And all 3 estimates could be completely legitimate. Think about that. How is that possible? Same exact project, 3 different legitimate quotes. Well, that's because the details of what and how you build something matter a lot. So you can actually, on purpose, decide to implement the cheaper versions of possible solutions to save time and money. And there are lots and lots of decisions that you can make that will help you control the costs of your MVPs. And the tendency for a lot of technical people is to build the perfect solution that scales to millions of users right out of the gate. Your goal here is to plan the fastest way for you to test your product and put it into the hands of your customers. And the solution may involve no technology at all. What you need to do is to figure out what's the minimal viable thing that you can launch with as quickly as possible so you can provide the promised value to your customers as soon as possible, and then refine, scale, and iterate from there. Remember, the faster you're launching, the faster you're going to be learning, which reduces the cost of being wrong and being able to do it with a small but mighty team because you are so focused. Step number 8 and 9 is to code and deploy. So here, you should be using Agile project management to make sure that you can deploy code quickly and efficiently and have the flexibility to be able to adjust the product roadmap if the need arises. So here, the idea is to increase the rate at which you are releasing new product features and or improved functionality. There are so many different ways to do Agile project management. There's many different methodologies. But the key here is if you're not using Agile, right? You want to be able to reduce the release cycles. They're also called sprints. Most agile processes have 2-week release cycles, also known as sprints. What I want you to do, if you're already using agile, I want you to go from 2 weeks to 1 week. But then I want you to go to multiple time a day product releases when you're ready. Why? Because launching early and often allow you to learn and iterate faster. We're here optimizing our team and our process, so we're not spending too much time and money going in the wrong direction. The more tighter your team and process is, the better you're executing. And finally, step number 10 is to set up analytics. So instead of guessing, you can use data to make product improvement decisions. By collecting user behavior data, you will learn how your users use your product, what features and functionalities they use the most, what delights them and what makes them frustrated, what brings them back to using your application over and over again, and why they might not be coming back as often as you'd like. All of these new data points will help you make decisions. Which one of your existing features needs to be improved and how? What new features and functionalities would make the product stickier, so more and more of your existing customers use your product on a regular basis and also recommend and refer new users to you. Data-driven decision-making to improving your product is absolutely transformational, because instead of guessing what exact features to focus on to get more users to use your product, you will actually have data that will inform you on what next functionality that you should be testing and implementing, which prevents you from spending a lot of resources and time building the wrong things. So here in step 1, we're validating your idea's riskiest assumptions with a small set of your customers. This is where you will have one-on-one conversations and try to validate your riskiest hypotheses. And here in step 10, we're now scaling our learning with a bigger subset of customers. And from the data that you collect, you will get ideas on how to improve your product. What most people do is they see some data some ideas from the data, and they get excited and they say, wow, amazing. I'm going to take this and I'm going to start building it. So they put it into step number 8 and 9, which is where they're going to write code and deploy to their customers. What I tell you to do is that these ideas on how to improve the retention of your product based on our process are hypotheses. They are assumptions that need to be validated. So we put them back into step number 1, where we can take this assumption or hypothesis and make sure that we understand the nuances of who we're going to build this, how we're going to build this, what are the details that will help us prevent from building stuff that nobody cares about, right? This whole process is helping us remove as much guesswork as we can possibly do before we get into the build process, because the build process is the most expensive, the most time consuming. And so the more we can remove the guesswork in step number 1 and 2 and 3, basically from 1 through 7, that's what all we're doing is removing the guesswork, so that by the time we get to step number 8 and 9, we're actually pretty confident that what we're building is necessary and needed. Okay. And sometimes we can even get paid in advance to build the things that we're promising, because we are using and pre-selling and selling everything that we think customers want before we're building. Okay. All of these steps will allow you to learn early, learn often, and learn cheap. So basically, with this process, your startup is a series of well-designed experiments that you are constantly testing so you can adjust your path to success. And this is the key. The smaller your experiments are, the faster you can test and learn whether something is working or not. So the smaller your experiments are, the faster you can test and learn whether something is working or not. So instead of taking this long approach to figure out whether something is going to work or not, we're taking lots and lots of small steps to get to success faster. And this is how much you can save in product development costs if you use this learn early, learn often, learn cheap process. $124,000 for each new release for just one developer. That is astronomical, right? And the costs go way astronomical as your team size increases. And if you're interested in seeing how I came up with these numbers and the breakdown, go to techspeak.co, click on free classes at the top of the page, and there's an on-demand class webinar there called How to Cut Your Product Development Costs by Up to 50%. And I go through and we come up with these numbers, and I tell you how these conservative assumptions. So I'm paying my developer $50 an hour. So if you are in the US, that's pretty reasonable, right? Even if you're outsourcing nowadays, $50 an hour is a pretty normal rate to pay now. But anyway, that is how much you can save in product development costs. And I love to share this slide because by moving quickly and using this type of a process, you're not only reaching product market fit faster, but you're also being much more efficient with your capital. And so you're not constantly in startup raising mode, but you are using the capital that you have a lot more efficiently. Okay. So with that, here's the link to the workbook. If you haven't seen it, maybe we can share it again. techspeak.co/SE. I know we were moving really quickly. For those of you who want more resources, as I mentioned, I have free classes on my TechSpeak website, techspeak.co/classes, or you could just go to the website and click on free classes. There's lots of free resources that I offer. Check them out. There's a live webinar that I'm doing on how to reach product market fit quickly on September 10th. So check that out as well. And with that, I'm happy to do some questions. And
okay. Nice and great presentation. Yeah, a ton of information when it comes to product developing. Yeah, so we have a few questions that we would like to share with you. Okay, the first question says, what tools and technologies can be used to automate and streamline product development tasks?
So it depends on what it is that you're doing. There are so many tools that are available, and AI makes it so much simpler now to automate things. I think the big mistake a lot of people make is that assuming that automation can happen in the first place. Before you can automate things, you have to create a system. You have to understand what is the step-by-step system that you already have. And most startups, most companies in general, before you can automate, they don't have systems in place, right? So before you start talking about tools, you need to understand how can you systematize the process first. And then once you understand the system, then you can determine what is the right tool and technology to be able to do that. Because there's so many tools, right? But you want to be able to actually help it do what it is that you want it to do. So the first thing is to always create a system and then pick the right tools to help you automate the thing that you already know works, right? Because automating things before you have a process is going to be just a waste of time and money and resources. And as startups, you have very small teams. Automating stuff that doesn't need to be automated is actually always a waste of time.
Yeah, thanks for the answer. And you made mention of one thing. You were like, don't jump into code. Yeah. So with that one, most startups fall short at that end. As soon as they get ideas, just start wasting my time coding. At the end of the day, there will be errors and stuff. Money will be wasted and a whole lot. So what tools can we use to bridge that gap?
To bridge the gap of not being able to get to develop.
You need, let's say you need an MVP. Let's say I can say Figma.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, yeah, you can like maybe choose like Figma may help. Yeah, I don't know if there are any other tools that you know.
Okay. Yeah. So to build clickable prototypes, I would use Figma or Sketch, or there's a lot of tools for building clickable prototypes. Figma is a great one. I'll share an example to illustrate this process. So I had a student, and he was non-technical. So he didn't have a technical co-founder when he joined, but he started doing validation, which is the very first step. He actually talked to, and he was in a B2B marketing space. B2B is business to business and in the marketing industry. So what he was doing is talking to customers and understanding what problems he could solve for them, because there's thousands of different problems. But what are the problems that he could solve for them that he can actually get paid for? And that's what he was doing validation for. Once he did the validation, he built a clickable prototype in Figma for how he was going to deliver that value. And based on just the first 2 steps, he was able to get 7 letters of intent from potential customers who were going to buy the solution once it was ready. Okay, so he did nothing technical. There was no tools. He just built a clickable prototype using Figma. He did validation, which is the most important step. And that was it. So he pre-sold his product. Now, coming to the technical part, because he was going to use an outsourcing agency to build the product that he had prototyped, but that was taking time. There was back and forth, and he was actually trying to figure out how he can launch even leaner. Is using Excel. Using Excel, he created the charts based on the data. So he manually imported the customer's data, and he said, you can get these charts that you would pay for, right? This is the first version of our product. And out of the 7, he was able to convert 2 of them to paying customers with just a spreadsheet. Wow. Right? So sometimes it's not about the tech. Customers don't care about how you provide value to them, right? It could be a manual process. But in the early days, you want to be able to understand what is it that people will pay for. And sometimes it's not technology at all. So lots of people think about tools. And the reason why I love this example is because it had no tools. He was using tools that he already knew, systems that he already had, right? And he figured out how to provide the value that he promised to his customers. And that's what he did with the Excel spreadsheet. And of course, eventually he built the AI and the technology and whatever else that he did, the beefed up solution. But that's not how he got started, right? So I use that example because it just breaks all the rules of what we were taught is possible and how to get started.
Okay, that's awesome. So, Madam Nelly, all that we say is thanks very much for this presentation. We are very grateful for the section that's given us, the knowledge that you shared with us. All that we say is God bless you, and anything that you've lost spending time with us, may you be replenished of that as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
If you are, so if you're connecting, kindly check his profile on LinkedIn. Do what to connect with her. She will give you more updates, more information on how to navigate your path when it comes to product development as a startup. Do what to connect with her. If you need an introduction, you can reach out to me and I'll do well to share with you as well. Okay. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks very much.
Have a great afternoon. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. So if you join in, we have the most anticipated session that everyone has been waiting for about artificial intelligence. So very soon, the panel will be live. Prepare your questions. If you have any questions about AI, there's the team, the panel that can handle everything with people from experts from Microsoft joining this panel. Be sure to get in-depth knowledge. So we go for a few seconds and the panel will be live. Kindly stay tuned. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
And welcome.
Good evening.
Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, it's a great honor to have such knowledgeable panel with us to talk about the most trending topic around the world, machine intelligence. Okay, so if you're joining us, this is the panel that's going to handle all your questions when it comes to AI. We're going to discuss AI in detail, what the future holds for AI, and everything that you need to know. So, a quick introduction. Let's proceed as we introduce our panel members. Okay.
Yes, thanks, Anane, for organizing this. And yeah, welcome my fellow colleagues or the discussion panel, Sanjay. Sanjay is based in US, and maybe I will leave it to him to introduce. And then we have Kulin Patel. He is also based in US, so maybe I can quickly do my round. Yeah, I am an entrepreneur, IT advisor, and an enterprise architect based in Brussels, Belgium, with over 21 years of experience in IT. And I am looking forward to have a fruitful discussion with the fellow members over here and with the audience over the chat. They can post their queries and those things, and we will take it up towards the end. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. So let me give you a quick heads up on the panel. So we have Mr. Sanjay, who is the head of products at Microsoft Azure, SQL and SQL Server, partner director PM at Microsoft. So Sanjay, it's great to have you on board.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Excited to be here. I'm in the field of data and AI, and very excited to be interacting with my fellow panelists as well as the audience and discussing the future of AI.
Okay, so Mr. Cullen, can you please give us a quick introduction? He's an expert when it comes to ML, machine learning. So you know, Stack Overflow, everything. Like he's an expert when it comes to machine learning, and we know data, the back end of AI. Machine learning plays a very important role when it comes to AI. So expect a very great discussion. Your questions, just drop it. I'll just throw it at them, and be sure they will answer you. Okay, so let's
yeah. Hi everyone. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for joining other panel members, and thank you for joining audience. So my work is basically as a machine learning researcher. I work on the latest models that, and I also develop a new models based on the latest technology. I also think that giving back to the community is also important. So I'm very active on the Stack Overflow. People ask the question related to AI, ML, and new technologies, and I answer the questions. So last quarter, I was in top 5 in the Stack Overflow.
Wow, that's impressive. Basically, he's able to answer questions when it comes to that. Okay, that's awesome. So, Shana, can we proceed with the
Yes, so I think yeah, thank you, Anani. So what I'm thinking is that we can structure it with the discussion. So starting with we can little bit talk about the history of AI, and then we discuss about the current happenings or the current news or what are the things going on in the AI today. And then of course we jump into the future, right? The things in pipeline and how it will be for the future from our perspective. So it is purely prediction. You never know which direction it goes and all, but from our experience, we can tell our predictions how it goes. And then last but not least, it is more about the ethical side, regulations, ethical side, and the concerns, especially because there are so many issues, or many people are thinking that AI has some issues, or it is possessing some challenges, and that we will cover towards the end, and then we will take up the questions. whatever we are getting from the audience, we can take it up one by one. And if we are unable to finish anything, but still we can take them, and we can give our opinion offline as well. So no need to worry. You can still post your questions. We will get back, even if we are unable to do it lively. Okay. So maybe I can start with a little bit of history of AI. So now this is talk of the town. I would say that everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. It is hearing everywhere, and even if you open any news channel every day, one or the other things you will hear about AI somewhere in the news and those things. But if you look back, this is not new. Okay, so if you look back from 1950 onwards, artificial intelligence is there. But maybe initially it was not termed as artificial intelligence. You might be knowing Alan Turing, right? He is the father of theoretical computer science, where he was proposing a Turing test to check the ability of the system, where it can reach a human intelligence or not, or it can make something comparable with the human being. So to test the system's ability, but he did not coin the term artificial intelligence. And that came, I think, in 1956. John McCarthy, he is widely known as the father of AI. And he introduced in one of the conference the terminology artificial intelligence. So from then on, we call it as artificial intelligence. And then it is for the labs. So the great universities like Stanford, MIT, all those universities were investing heavily on the artificial intelligence, and they produced many models. And that happened in 70s and 80s. So it is more in the laboratory, where they produced models to address specific issues, specific things. I think Stanford developed a model that is specifically into the healthcare sector, where it looks for some pattern in the blood, and then suggests the treatment and those things. So it was there. And then in 90s it came into the private sector. I think IBM is one of the front runner for that, and they jumped into the ship, and even they developed a model. And you remember that had defeated the then chess champion in 1997. I think their super intelligent or supercomputer defeated the human in the chess. And then in 2010 onwards, many companies, many corporates jumped into the wagon, and they were all producing their own models, and this more into deep learning. Then NLPs came in, and reinforcement learning, all those things. And then the infamous COVID came, and right after COVID, OpenAI came up with this ChatGPT, and that was the trigger, I would say, that because until then this was only, the AI was accessible only for the elite club, and then OpenAI made it as a commodity. So common people like you, me, people are attending this, we all got access into that. Previously, people like maybe Sanjay or Kulin, they have access to those systems, but not on the common public. And OpenAI, they basically commoditize it, and we all got access into some intelligent tools, models available in the market to boost our productivity and those things. So this is a little bit the history of AI. So I just want to tell you that AI is not equal to OpenAI or something. So this was there, but OpenAI, they made it commoditized, or they marketed it very well. So that is a little history about AI. And now I suggest to because since we talked about the past, maybe let us jump into the present, means from OpenAI or from ChatGPT onward. So maybe Kulin, because you are a researcher in that area, maybe you can take us on the present situation of AI, where we are. And you are on mute, Kulin.
Yeah, so currently in AI and ML, it is saying that after like 6 months or 1 month, everything is old, because it's the pace of the AI is so fast that new models, new things coming into market, the applications are being developed. So we are in the era of like 2000, like where the software was developing and people were yet to understand what's happening. The same thing is here in the AI and ML. The new machine learning models, we can say the image generation model, video generation model, you provide the text what you want to generate, and it will generate the video. So the line of what is real and what is fake is blurring. So you cannot even detect these models. Suppose there are one of the model is a GA, and so it learns from the, if the detection technology gets stronger, even the creation will be stronger. It's like lock and key. You create a new lock, people will create a new key, and the same thing. So even with the human robot interaction side, we are seeing the Neuralink. The company is working on that. So near future, we will be seeing the interaction with the robots with the help of just a mind. The chip will be inside the mind, and you will be interacting with the with the world. So this is very fascinating, and of course it will bring new challenges, but we'll have to work on that.
Oh, thanks, Kulin. Yeah, so very good developments.
Yeah,
And yeah, so yeah, Sanjay, yeah, because we were talking AI and all those things, but we are not talking about the real backbone, right? What
yes.
backbone of AI, and there we will bring in Sanjay there, and he can.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to connect the dots from Chandra, what you said, and Kulin, what you said is AI has been there for a while. A lot has been used in the researches. Universities, research labs have been using in many forms. I did my first AI programming in college days in 90s, using a backpropagation neural network to training a backpropagation neural network to recognize English alphabet characters. Only 26 uppercase characters. That was one of my projects. However, at that time, AI was in the form of mostly research, and all those research have accumulated over the years and gave in the form of machine learning. And because it was machine learning, only people who could do machine learning, write algorithms, use them in some kind of practical products, were kind of making use of it or making applications out of it. What generative AI did was that make it so interactive, make it user friendly in a way that you ask a question, you put a prompt, and you get an answer. And then prompt could be an English text prompt, and you'll get as Colin says, you could get a text back or image or video or anything. And this is being, people are able to do it because all these models, what we are learning today is large language models, and then development of small language models, frontier models, foundation models. There is so many of keywords here. All these models are trained by huge amount of data. What I say is that what is liquid water to life, data is to AI. So data is the breeding ground for AI. All the models that we talk about today have been trained based on huge amount of data. So there comes this part of how do we use the data? What data can we use? What data we should not use or should use? And there is an ethical aspect of it. I know there is a big discussion on ethical thing is going on. Either people are thinking that it is going to AI is going to save the world, or AI is going to kill the world. The interesting thing is that it is all up to us. Actually, it is all up to us. I'll put one quick note here, and then hand you back to Chandra for future questions. Is schools opened here in the USA in last week, this week, and so on. My kids are in middle school, so as I started to take part in some of the school activities, one middle school student asked me when they learned that I work in the field of data and AI. That's okay. How can we use AI responsibly? That's okay. How can I give an answer that will fit to a middle school brain. This generation is very smart. They are learning all the stuff, they're hearing tons of stuff, and they're very inquisitive, very curious. So I paused for a moment and thought about this, and I hope it resonates well. And I told this young girl is that you can use AI to do your homework, or you can use AI to do your housework. Which one do you think is responsible usage of AI? And it kind of touched the chord, and they know that using anything, any help to do homework is not responsible usage of that technology. And hence, on the other hand, the housework can be simplified, can be eased by use of AI and AI tools. And I'll say that this is a shared responsibility, whether you are a young user, young learner, or creator of the technology, builder of the application on top of this AI technology. Responsible AI is a shared responsibility.
Indeed, Sanjay. I think that is very good that the youngsters are aware of this, or at least they are asking about it, right? Because this all goes into the education system, and we need to bring students or our children to use this in a responsible way. Why? Because AI is one of the technology. I think it is like a double-edged sword. It can go this direction or the other direction also, right? It can help us and it can also kill us. So we need to make sure that all the stakeholders. So here the stakeholders means not only the companies who develop these models, but the users like us, the society, the government, the politicians, all has to act in a responsible way to make a better world using AI. So this is a very fundamental question, and I am happy that you bring a simple example to a little child to know that what is responsible AI and what is not. So it is very good, and I think the good thing is she will talk that to her friends, and like that the word of mouth kind of thing, it will propagate and it will have a good impact. Thank you for sharing that.
Sure. Chandra, on that note, especially given the role that you play as an advisor in the AI field to governments and other entities, kind of the other extreme is that how the governments are forming rules, regulations, policies. If you can kind of briefly touch upon it, it will be good to know, because many of our audience who are trying to building businesses around AI, it will be good for them to kind of be aware of the policies being framed. The policies being framed in the local governments, in the central governments, in the international area. So please share some of those thoughts.
Yes. So I think being in Europe, you might be knowing Europe is more towards regulations rather than innovation. So regulation first and innovation will follow, kind of thing. So you remember last year European Union entered into the drafting of the AI regulations and those things, and now it became active in I think in May or June this year onwards. It is active, and where they have strict regulations and huge penalties and those things. So this is going in line with the GDPR, the current data privacy rules of European Commission or European Union. So it is built on top of that, and it is very good. I would say that it is not 100% workable or something, but it is a very good step forward from the government, and I believe this will be used as a base for other governments to follow, because now we have at least a base structure. Of course, there will be lot of debates with many stakeholders involved, from academic research and from the tools and the society or politicians. We all collectively will discuss, and then we'll fine tune it. But at least we have something as a base. So from a government perspective, they can do these kind of things, the regulation kind of thing, right? So they can teach us or tell us what is good, what is bad, and how we need to use it when it comes to privacy or data issues and those things. So government is putting their effort there, and I assume other governments also working on similar bills and those things, because you might be heard about the recent Senate bills in California, right? So they introduced some bills there, and the initial version is too harsh and those things when you go through that. But then I think many people stepped in, and even politicians are very open and they discussed this, and then I think many amendments are happening, and see, this is implementing in one state, and then it is very well other states also will follow the footsteps. So these kind of things pops up, and it will take a bit some years or some time to have a common framework. And what as a person I am thinking is, it is not a responsibility of a single government or something. I think there should be like a common platform where we have UN and those kind of things. There should be a common platform where they should set out the regulations and those things that is applicable for all the member states or member countries, so that it will be more effective. Otherwise, we humans, we tend to misuse the loopholes, right? Instead of registering it in Europe, I may register it somewhere else, and then it is a human tendency. I think there should be a framework, as a global framework, like UN or WHO. Those kind of frameworks should be there, and they need to oversee the regulations and ethical side of that. That is what I am thinking, Sanjay.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, Chandra, I'm here to kind of pick a little bit. These policy documents are very big, 100 pages, 150 pages, and it's like, and not at the same rate as the AI research paper, as Colin mentioned, coming out every day. But policy documents are coming out almost every week, every month. A couple of them they do come up. How do you keep up with, especially in your role? You have to keep up with all those things, and some of these documents, and to be honest, are pretty dry documents.
Yes.
And how do you, as a technologist, how do you keep yourself up to date on those?
Yes. So typically we need to browse through the base version. So that is a one-time activity, and after that you can just look at the amendment, the changes where it is. No need to go through again and again. So that is the easiest way. And I also understood that some people, when I was talking with some people, they were telling they are making use of AI itself for that. They upload the PDF to the AI system and ask them to summarize, and then it is like a question answer session. So you can set up your own in a private your own workstation. You can set it up, or you can use the other models as well. But that is also very efficient. But in that case, what I would suggest is, don't go with only one model or something, because we have the other challenge of hallucination and those things. So it's better to try it with a couple of different models to get a better understanding. So
awesome. Good. Thank you for sharing that tip. Using AI to understand AI policies. So
exactly, that is why I told it is a double-edged sword. It can go this direction or other direction. So
cool. Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Maybe since you are more into the data, because one of the challenge of AI is this. It can be biased, right? So what I am thinking is bias in the sense it is exactly like how we bring our children, right? So if we are teaching our children in a good way, and we are showing them what is good, what is bad, these things, and then they become a responsible citizen, right? And the similar way, I'm thinking maybe in AI also we have those kind of facilities, which means that the backbone is data, right? So it all depends on what kind of data we are feeding the AI, right? So maybe you can enlighten us a little bit on this bias aspect of the AI.
Are you asking me?
Or Sanjay or Kulin? Anyone of
Go ahead, Colin, with your perspective, especially given the ML research area, and then I probably add from other.
So I won't go into the regulation side, but the community, the biasing research is also happening parallelly. So many companies are doing. There are companies that founded based on this. They are developing something that they will check the bias of other companies' model. And they will rank those models accordingly. So when you want something benchmark, is this your model is proper for specific task, you will go on there, that you will ask them, they will check for you, and those type of. And also in a research for the bias, you require data. So last 6 months, there was a Gemini model was launched, and the images of the Gemini models you might have seen, and it was racially biased, and they had to go back. So if you don't check on if the model is biased or not, it will create a repercussion from from the community. So the bias things should also be considered, and the research is also being done for that, and the companies are also working on that.
Okay, good. Yep. The thing, Chandra, as you say, as you sow, so you reap. Whatever you feed to AI will feed you back that, right? So it is up to us, the practitioners, to ensure that we are feeding the right kind of data. I'll say what do I do at Microsoft. We have a very strict policy on how we build AI products. We have a responsible AI practice. We have a responsible AI governance team. We have a responsible AI person responsible for responsible AI in every project team. Okay, so as we go through the project life cycles, checks and balances are in place. How we use data, what kind of data we can use, what kind of data we cannot use, what are the boundaries, to ensure that we are doing it in a responsible way, we are doing it in an unbiased way, we are doing it a very inclusive way, to ensure that we are building technologies for the future. So at times, those checks balances part of the life cycle is more than actually building the AI product.
Indeed.
But we ensure that we do that thing, because as I say, responsibility is in all of us, and so we have a very thorough, very detailed rules, regulation, practices in place in every stage of the project to ensure that. And I'm sure many companies do have this very similar things too. And that's a good way to follow to ensure responsibility.
Yes, indeed, and very happy to hear that. One of the biggest player in the AI industry is Microsoft, and they are putting so much effort to make it responsible and test it. And I assume you have a monitoring system as well, right? So it is you are testing, waiting, and then a monitoring where something goes wrong or something, then go back and then retrain or you do all those things, and very
and the thing that we have a strict policy. We cannot use user data to train the models. Either user data, none of our data.
Yes,
and therefore to keep these things private, user data users, they're private. So those policies, rules are totally well understood, explained to us. Everybody has to go through those trainings before they take part in the projects, and ensure that those standards, those qualities are maintained.
Yeah. And since you touch on this user data and those things, maybe a good question comes that when I speak to people or the directors or CEOs of companies, they are a bit afraid of using AI. And they were telling that they are not ready to put the data, because data is their backbone, right? Backbone of their business, right? Yeah. They don't want to put it in a cloud or upload it into OpenAI or those places and get it trained or something. So what do you think? Because where we are going, so because some people, they really want to jump into the ship, but they are a bit afraid because they are a bit worried about their data. How do you see that?
So thank you for asking me that question, because I'm in that business, exactly that business. So the problem that we have is to bring AI to your data. Wherever your data is, you have put your data in a place that you trust is compliant to your policies, compliant to your methodologies. Keep your data there. Bring AI to your data.
Exactly,
right?
Not the other way.
Exactly. So that you know how you're using AI on your data. You know what your boundaries are, your compliance limits are, and that way, what you can do is this, and that's what my responsibility to build technology, because basically I'm the business of data. So ensure that we have technologies built so that people can actually build AI application on top of the data, wherever the data is, instead of having to take the data somewhere else to build it. So that's super important. Yeah, Colin, please.
Yeah, so I have other inputs regarding the adoption and local data. You are saying that. So recently we have seen models releasing that is open and open weights. So other companies can also use that model. They don't have to send their data to APIs as in OpenAI. So when you use OpenAI, you send your data to OpenAI, they process it and then reply it back. But with the open models, recently there are many models that came into market and that are as good as the closed model. I can see that. So the future I see is like the using your data in the model, but don't giving your data. So the privacy, your concern about the privacy will be solved there. In the cloud. So you can use the Microsoft Azure cloud, suppose, but you can use the model you want deploy there.
Yes, yes.
So to augment to this, so two type of enhancements are happening, and I believe this is going to shape the future of this set of use cases. One thing is that, as Kulin mentioned, the models are becoming local. So you can download a model, you can host the model, you can specialize the model, fine tune the model if you need to, or you can use the model as is. The second thing is happening: hardware innovation. The modern hardware are coming up with GPU capability on the box, which means, and those hardware are not just for on premises or your hosting environment; those are in the cloud too, which means that you have the choice of kind of a proximity between your data and your AI model, so that they're not leaving the boundary of your trust boundary, whatever trust boundary you have set. The trust boundary could be cloud, that trust boundary could be a selected area within the cloud, that trust boundary could be your on-premises, whatever it is, you can define it. And that is giving the organizations the confidence that how they can build AI application on top of their data without having to leave whatever has been their trusted framework.
Exactly.
Yeah. Recently, I have been seeing the small models like Microsoft released, I think 5.3, right? So those are very small model. 300 MBs model, you can deploy it anywhere, any device. So and those are working very well. If you don't have like large context, in a small context, those are working very well. I tried them.
Yeah, indeed. This is one of the advice I always give people, because they are talking about the big, huge LLMs and all for their data. So they need to see whether they really need a multi-model like OpenAI or something to train their data. It is not necessarily, but there are this million parameters models available. Those are small models. We call it as not LLMs, but small LMs or something, right? Yeah. And they were also using it, and sometimes they are also thinking about the cost perspective, right? To deploy something or put something set up locally or in the cloud, it is a bit expensive. But in this case, the small models might be more efficient for them to use it. Yeah, indeed, Kulin.
Yep.
And it's very good to share that perspective, Sanjay, because it will help the people because this was one of their major worry from innovative or entrepreneur perspective. This was one of their worry to jump into that AI shift, but there are ways to do it. And I very much like the approach you told, that you no need to take your data and go to AI, instead that bring AI to your data. So that is a good approach to follow. Yeah. And another thing I am thinking is, since we touched on the ethical or regulation and the data usage and those things, maybe we can also touch on the concerns people had, right? Because as I was telling in the beginning, this news medias are propagating that, okay, AI will come and replace your job or replace you, right? So maybe you can give some ideas into, okay, how we can overcome those things, because is AI is really going to replace you, me, or us, and then it takes over our job, or how do you see this?
Yeah, so very, very interesting. It is anytime new things comes, it comes along with its share of scare. Is it going to disrupt the way technology is going to disrupt? It's our responsibility to take the disruption into the positive way. Looking back into, let's say, 150 years, people transported using horses. So there are the business of breeding horses, there are business of feeding horses, there are business of healthcare for horses, all those kind of people who could take care of the horses. So there are a lot of horse breeders, horse whisperer, horse takes carer, and so on. With the evolution of the automotive industry, we don't see them anymore. Horses are either in the zoo or in some race course or somewhere else. On the roads, it is all the cars. So horse breeders job has gone away, but so many gas stations, right? And now with electric cars coming, even the gas stations will slowly probably give in to the charging stations. Yeah. So one type of things goes away, another type of things come in. So AI is exactly like that too. So my summary from this AI evolution and thing is that AI will not replace humans, but a human with AI will replace a human without AI. Yeah. So therefore, it is our responsibility to learn AI, put it in the right usage, build the right skills, and so that we can be ready for the evolution and we can actually shape the evolution.
Indeed. I totally agree with that. So whatever job opportunities going away with AI is creating double or triple new job opportunities. So it is our responsibility to relearn or retrain something new and then adapt to that. And I believe, as a human technology believer, I believe any technology is by the people for the people. That is what I believe. And I think we are towards the end. I think we have 5 more minutes now. I think we can take up the questions from the audience. And then,
okay, that's a lot of information here. And Mr. Sanjay, there's this key aspect. I do also publish about technology updates, so I know what's happening in the AI space. Just recently, there was this news. A finance worker paid out $25 million to fraudsters. And the fraudsters were using deepfake technology by the power of AI. And they basically set up a call with this man, and they brought up like a video conference call. In the call, all the executives of the companies were in the call. With the power of AI, they were able to do that. And they asked him to transfer some $25 million to an account. And the fraudsters were able to do that because of the power of AI. So how are we going to navigate the space with AI? Whether it's how are we going to secure ourselves, the security aspect of AI, how are we going to position ourselves, like make sure that we don't fall victims of these AI frauds and all those kind of stuff.
Cool. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, so that's one key aspect with AI, the security aspect. Yeah. How are you going to navigate? Yeah.
Yes, again, AI, people are using AI to create problems or misusing it, and we should also use AI to stop it. So AI is very capable to stopping it as well. So it is like we can leverage on the AI to stop these kind of things. Yeah, finance worker pays 25 million in video calls. Come with
Yeah. So like it's very sophisticated. And you can't blame the man like who fell victim of that. But basically, he thought that's his boss and everything. Yeah. But
this will go like a virus antivirus story kind of thing, right? So people who it's two kinds of human intelligence working there, right? One is to shortcuts to earn money and steal things, and the other ones are trying to stop it. So yeah, it's a big fight between those two groups. So what we can do is we can try to educate people, whoever we are talking with them, advise them in the right way. And as Sanjay was telling in the beginning, that with the children, with the school teachers, we need to start that journey from there onwards.
Education is very, very key. And deep
technologies.
Yeah.
And I was saying that deep fake about that. So recently, I saw one model that can replace the video in real time. So it's a matter of time that we'll be seeing the news or news channel or media outlet might be using those with the suppose the cartoon character, not the media, but with other gaming channels, and or those can use in a real time, use a cartoon character in a real time, replacing your face with something. So and those are in real time. So not just before 1 year or 2 year you are seeing those videos processing would take 1 hour, 2 hour to process and create a 1 minute, 2 minute clip. But now these things will be in real time. So you won't be realizing that if someone is live, that is real live or not fake live.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we need to also touch on basically how to identify the two. And even now, creatives like artists, musicians, they are raising some are raising red flags about AI.
I think in my experience, I think there are huge opportunity on this side. How to prevent these kind of activities? There are, I think, there are lot of innovations, and those things should happen on that area, and the people should come forward with the innovative ideas to stop it. Because Kulin was telling with the lip movement and the real time replacing a person with the live character and all, the problem is, if the news what they are spreading is fake news, that is something made up news, then think about the impact that brings to the society, right? So that is the danger side, and it is again a collective responsibility. We all need to work together to bring a sustainable solution to stop these kind of things. Yeah, Sanjay.
And think of this fake data and fake news being fed to AI to train AI, and then what
Exactly.
we are going to get in the future. So there is a huge opportunity to actually to check this in the source. And as Chandra, as you say, this is Startups Expo. So we invite the entrepreneurs of tomorrow, entrepreneurs of today, to kind of innovate in this space and then build tools. As much opportunity to build AI tools and applications to improve daily human life, as much opportunity also exists to kind of prevent this kind of misuse of AI in the same vein. So.
And Kulin, you have something to add?
So someone floated an idea that in the future you might have to carry identifier with you. So if you are in some video, that identifier can identify if you are real or the generated.
Yes. So, there will be digital.
So if a flavor of that has already come, many websites you have to say that I'm not robot. So human is proving to a robot that I'm not robot. So
I think we just crossed our window, and I don't know, and then we have any other outstanding questions, or we can
proceed. We can proceed. But one thing is, let's look at the limitations. Like the question that we have now is limitation. What are the limitations of AI? Like the boundaries. What are the things AI can't do, no matter what? Like the current stage of AI, what are the limitations of the technology?
Yeah, I think from my understanding, whatever we are playing today, these are we call it as weak AI. So whatever we have seen so far is called as the weak AI. And two more things to come is the artificial general intelligence and the super intelligence. So I don't know, we will be alive until then, but this is how it is going. So that is what the future I am predicting. But whatever models we are seeing today, we call it as a weak AI. Then you can really see the impact, right? With this itself has a huge impact, but still people or we need to realize that this is still the weak AI. So the bigger ones or the most powerful ones are yet to come. So this is what I am thinking.
We're currently at the weak stage. Sanjay, please proceed.
So yeah, and to answer the question is that the technology is evolving so fast. Is like what AI could not do yesterday is it can probably do today, and it will be able to do it tomorrow. So it is so fast. Every day, like dozens and dozens of research papers coming out, dozens and dozens of new tools, new advancements, or new models are coming up. The today's model is faster than yesterday's model. Today's model is cheaper than yesterday's model. Today's model is stronger. So all this is happening at a very, very fast rate. Obviously, all the new technology will have some weaknesses. We know the hallucinations caused by AI. We know the accuracy of the timestamp of when this model was trained, and based on that, we need to be aware of those limitations, and then try to find a way how we can use the best and keep doing the advancements in the processes, in the tools, in the technology, so that the evolution goes on.
Perfect.
Okay, that's.
So I think with that we can conclude, right, Nane?
Okay. Now the next question is, what are the risks? Let me share it on the screen. Okay, so what are the risks and benefits? Let's focus on the risk first. On relying on, let's say example, students. Some students have decided to rely solely on AI. What are the risks of relying on AI for critical decision making?
Yes, so the maybe I can start with that. Yeah. So the risk side, it is hallucination. The AI hallucination is one of the biggest risks. So you ask something to the model and it gives you a fantastic answer that you believe that is true. So okay, so that is the risk side. So what I suggest is you can still use the tool to get an answer and those things, but in parallel do the human validation, human verification as well, to make sure that, because you are doing a critical decision making, right, you should not offload that to the machine or to the model. Okay, so you use the model and then frame something and then check yourself whether it is valid or whether it is backed by the actual sources or not. So that is what my take on the risk.
Okay.
Yes. If you can add to that, would be is that the extent of risks depends on the application. The AI tools are being applied from teaching school children to doing surgeries to diagnosing critical disease and so on. Depending on the impact of any action on that field, that's the kind of a risk. And therefore, the people who are using it, they need to evaluate in the context of what is the impact of a slightly wrong decision in this field. And as a result, and that goes for any tool. If, for example, I'm taking a medication and take out my glasses and trying to read what medication is this and take the wrong medication. It's like that. It's like the decision making. I decided to take this medication with some tool, and that tool is without glasses or the wrong glasses. And then I take, what is the risk? If I take the wrong medication, it's a health concern for me. And therefore, I want to make sure that I use my right glasses to read my medication before I take them. So it is the application which determines the risk and the benefits. Benefits are always there, but again, weigh it with the risk.
Okay.
There is one more risk I can think of is as a human that will if we are over reliance on the AI technologies, we are not using so much brain. Even for before we have to write one paragraph, we need to think so much. We need to think of flow and everything, but we are not using. So that it is a risk of our critical thinking together, because those critical thinking skills are the one that made us to develop these things, and we need to keep up with that too, right?
Okay.
Indeed.
Yeah, great point. Yeah, critical thinking. Most people will decide to use AI, but then maybe what they are looking for to save time and all that, but we shouldn't be over reliant on AI based on what I'm getting. And we have a question, and it says, what are the potential negative environmental impacts of AI development and deployment? So
Yeah, if I can start with that, is that and there is a lot of research going on in this space actually, and this is a and this I'll take an analogy to any manufacturing or anything. For example, I equate AI to electricity. I expect that, okay, just like electricity, it's a general tool, but it has so many applications. You can have a light bulb to running a computer, to run my bread toaster in the morning, to make a coffee in the evening. So you can use many applications. Innovations will happen all the places. But when I think about generation of electricity comes with its fair share of environmental impact. Where the electricity is coming from, the generation plants, the gases they're emitting, the raw material they use, and so on. In every case, the same thing applies to even AI too. Where AI is generated in data centers with massive amount of computers. We're using tons of computes, tons of data to come up with AI models that are further being used downstream to build apps. Now, these come with their fair share of energy uses. These come with fair share of how they impact environment, and therefore, there are a lot of research is actually going on in improving the environmental impact of AI creation. You will see research paper build on, okay, how can I build a model and how much of energy did it use, and over a period of time, how am I able to kind of cut down that kind of an impact or that kind of energy usage. So this is also a very huge area of innovation right now, and I welcome the innovators and the entrepreneurs to kind of explore.
Okay. So, Colin, do you have a point on that?
Yeah, I would say the big data and compute also utilize the electricity, and those things also impact on environment negatively. But again, if you want to see a brighter side, there will be always a darker side.
And
I
have to leave because we are.
I think that's the other questions that we can take for now. So, if you have any further questions, be sure to reach out.
Yes. Please do that, and you can message us, and our LinkedIn profiles are open, so people can connect through that, and even they can send email messages and those things. We will get back to that. So thank you all for joining, and have a good day or good evening, good night. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Happy AI.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much for everyone for joining. And if you have any further questions, be sure to reach out. I will share their LinkedIn profiles, post about them so that you can connect with them on LinkedIn. So stay tuned. We have a series of sessions left that will take place in few minutes. So do well to connect with them on LinkedIn. Do well to connect with them. If you have any questions on AI, if you have any questions, anything, you can ask them about AI. I'll share their LinkedIn profiles and the latest publication that I made in my newsletter. Their profiles and everything is in there. So do well to check out that publication, and I'll connect. If you want to connect with them, you can just connect with me and reference this discussion, and I will do well to connect them with you. Okay, so thanks for joining us. Kindly stay tuned as we prepare for the next sessions. And thank you for being with us. It's been a long day, and we are bringing you top discussions that's going to help you in your startup journey. All that we say is we are grateful. I'll be right back.
you
but you are me careful. You person the same. Background. I'm not saying I can't say mommy you. 90% the core life in
Thank you. No, we're not trying to save money.
So this
When I still online. Nothing like anything. I can hear the sound, but nothing like anything. Hey. Yeah. Cable. And one name.
Thank you. Isn't that your favorite? I have lots of home. Okay. Shine on me. No.